All right, good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday. This is not Wednesday, February 4th. What's the other agenda? 28th. It is January 28th, and this is a regularly scheduled meeting. Nope, this is a special meeting of the San Miguel County Commissioners. It is 9:31 and present are all three commissioners. Member of staff and citizens here in the room with us. Thank you all for being here. We will open our meeting with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everybody. We are lucky to be here. We'll move now to a review of our agenda. Are there any suggested changes to today's agenda? Great.
No.
Then we will continue on to public comment for items not on the agenda. And I'm checking the Zoom room. I don't see any hands up. And I will give that just another minute in case someone's fumbling with buttons. No hands up. We are moving on to the consent agenda. We have 6 items, I believe. 4 items. We've got 4 items on the consent agenda. Is any worthy of pulling for discussion, or can I get a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you, commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries unanimously, and on we go to administrative matters. The first item for discussion, 7A, is discussion of the proposed loop line with the Norwood Water Commission. And we have Mike Bordonia, we've got members of the Water Commission, and we've got microphones right up here. Gentlemen, please come on up, and that way you are available for those that are on Zoom. The microphones do not amplify your voice, but they do pick up what you're saying for those out in the big world. Welcome. Mike, do you want to open? Is that the best way to
I think the
go?
only thing I would add or say is that this has been a project in the works for the Norwood Water Commission for several years, I believe, and understanding its critical importance to the potable water supply within the district, the commissioners made the decision to support this project with a significant amount of the use tax that we received from the Mountain Village Four Seasons project. And we heard some great news from Mayor Meehan about the CDS request, also about this project just yesterday or the day before. And I think this seemed like the right time to check in on where the project stands, what the funding looks like, and what else the county can do to support to make it a reality. I know that we've discussed potentially using county road rights of way for the alignment of the new line, and that's something the county is certainly willing to consider and offer wherever possible, because we know that the viability of our residents in Norwood and their long-term ability to live there and thrive is highly dependent on this project occurring. So I had been speaking with Finn originally, and he filled me in on many of the details, and I know he's going to be stepping off the commission soon, and so we asked Tony to also join, and I'd like to turn it over to you guys and hear where we are and how the county might be able to assist. The other thing is I've at least verbally approached our town managers to ask them or to explain to them the importance of this project, the county's commitment to assisting, and ask them to join us in that. Even if they cannot produce a large dollar amount, I think we function as a region, obviously, and their support of this will likely be able to assist in getting additional grant funds. So we don't have a specific dollar ask of those partners, but I was speaking with Commissioner Gleason, and it's certainly our hope at the next IG meeting, which is being hosted by Mountain Village in early February, we're going to be approaching them to talk about this project again and make a more formal ask of them.
Thank you.
Finn, you want to take the lead? Fortunately, Finn doesn't leave the commission until September, as I understand it.
Great.
Are you guys all familiar with the project, or do you want me to give you a little background on how this water line runs currently and then where it would go?
Sure.
Sure, okay. So, and you're gonna have to bear with me because I don't know the county road names. But our treatment plant is east of town. When you get to the top of Norwood Hill, the very first road to the left, can't remember what it is. It's down there a few miles. It leaves the treatment plant and heads to the state highway down the county road. So on the west side, crosses the county highway, stays on the north side, and runs all the way into town. So from way out there, all the way in. Of course, we have customers in the rural on the way. That section of pipe, I'm sure you're aware, has been failing for many years. I believe it was put in 77, but the installation was placed plastic pipe right on bedrock. And so as the weight of the soil and the movement of the earth and all the irregularities on the bedrock, that pipe has been wearing and now it's become brittle. And we literally see the entire 20-foot stick just split, the whole length of it. It just pops. And so we've been replacing that one piece at a time for as long as I've been on the board, which is over 20 years. And so it's at the end of useful life. It's been on our master plan from before I got on there. Previous engineer had it as one of our upgrades. And with all the other things that we've had to work on, and all we could do is just keep fixing it. So we finally have gotten to the point now where we're in engineering. We've done a lot of the EA work. I'm not saying that it's completely done, but the new route is a little bit more direct. It doesn't go down the county road currently in design to the highway and then go down. It cuts diagonally across that state land board land that you're all familiar with, the solar array issue a few years ago. And then it bounces across the Miramonte County Road and then heads through some private property. There was an old line out here back in the 20s or 30s, don't hold me to the exact time, follows a lot of that route. That easement is still in place. That easement is a little narrow for what today's needs would be. So we've been working with landowners on changing those easements, maybe even relocating some. Currently, the state land board easement is probably the most up in the air easement that we've got. And our attorney is working with them to make sure we have a backup plan, which is, Mike has said, would be to go to the county road and follow the county road, but it just adds to the cost because it's a further route. This is an upsized line. The current line is 10-inch. This would be a 12-inch based on our engineering for future needs. And it goes directly to the blue tank. That's the tank that is south of Norwood by the Fitza subdivision. I think you guys have probably all seen it. You can see it. And there's a lot of benefit of going directly to that tank. That particular tank, I don't understand the engineering on it, but it basically just is a bubble sitting on the town pressure zone. And so as the town has a big draw, it'll pull that tank down. And then when there's not as much draw, it'll fill it back up. And that can cause the water to sit in there a while, and you really don't want your water to be stagnant. So we're excited about this, turning it over, because this line would allow the water to go into the tank and then flow back out of the tank. And, it'll feed the town, of course, but it'll also, the line will continue on around by the med center and then head, west towards Redville. Right now, we're really focused on trying to get a shovel-ready project. We've secured all the grants, and Tony can talk better about the grants than I can, but we feel real good about where we're at as far as the engineering. We have the funds to do that through other grants. And that's where we're at. The holdup probably right now for fast tracking would just be the fact that we're still working on some of these easements with a few landowners, the state land board probably being the largest. That's probably the project in a nutshell. That's as if we've built it all. Now, we can talk about phasing. We have talked about phasing because getting, the money to do a major project like this is probably how we're gonna have to approach it once we get the engineering done. Currently, with the unknowns on the east side of the project leaving the plant, we've talked internally that one section that really won't change much, if at all, would be from the vet road, which is where it comes back out of the private property. Our plan was to run it down the county road right away over to the blue tank. That section through there really would never change, and it would actually help with pressures. The Fitz's subdivision, if you look at the way that the Norwood, Wrights Mesa areas, the county is kind of at the bottom of the bowl. And then you've got, the sides going up over here, you've got your Deer Mesa and up towards the pit. And then on this side, you got like Fitz's and going up Oak Hill and stuff like that. And so Fitz's is a little bit high and their water pressure is minimum. And we have to be very careful not to add additional usage on that line. That line is fed from down by the vet clinic where it comes off the state highway. By running this line over and feeding off of that vet line, we could actually increase some pressure, mostly because of the lack of line loss. That's the bigger pipe and less restriction on the water as it's going through it. It'll probably gain a few pounds for those people up there. But the other part is that we could start potentially turning some of that water over in that tank, which I think for water quality is a pretty important thing. And anytime that you do the work around a tank and all the tie-ins, it's a pretty expensive part of the project. The straight lines where you're just running the pipe down the road or down through a field, there's expense, but it's pretty simple. But when you start doing pressure reducing valves and vaults and tie-ins and other valving and stuff, it adds up pretty quick. So that could probably be a phasing that we could look at once we've gotten there. We've actually asked our engineer to kind of focus in on that as they're doing this engineering in case we decide to go that way. After that, you kind of need to get that source water to town. And so phasing the rest of it, you put pipe in, but if you can't get the water to flow from point A to point B, it's probably not as practical, but it still needs to be done. So keep working on it, be what we do. So that's kind of the project, I guess.
Could you talk briefly about what the overall cost, and I know there's still some ambiguity due to if you had to purchase an easement from state land board or others, but that easement aside, what's the approximate total cost of the project and what would that first phase cost look like?
Yeah, we haven't costed or priced out the phasing on the project, but the best information we have right now on total cost for the entire project is $9 million.
Okay.
That includes the EA, the design and engineering, and complete final construction. So, I think once this engineering is done and once they've kind of looked at the possibilities for phasing, we're going to be able to get a much better estimate on what each phase might cost.
And Tony, where are you all at now that this CDA appropriations fund has been pre-allocated, and then the money that the county has earmarked and various grants, kind of where are y'all at with? that
Yeah,
funding?
so, I think we've been very fortunate, and I think that's partly due to in securing grant monies to date. And I think that's primarily because Norwood, undertook a master plan for water back in 2020. And then an update 2022. So we've been, that planning phase, and there were even studies done prior to that when the raw water system was put into place. So we've had a lot of study done, which is a prerequisite for a lot of these grants. And so the EA is almost entirely funded through grants. The design and engineering will be roughly 90% funded through grants. So we've had very little out-of-pocket expense up to this point. And so those two phases of the planning project are pretty much secured financially. The county's earmark and the CDS funding, which total, I guess, 2.25 based on what we've received from, or the notice we got. Well, we haven't received the formal notice, but that's what we've read. The CDS is 1.25 million, would go primarily to construction. But you can see there's still a big gap between final estimated cost of 9 million and the 2.25. And I think when I jumped into the project, which was, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, there was a lot more money available based, due to the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure monies that the Biden administration made available. And as we all know, those monies have pretty much dried up. So
Is the EA and design and engineering, are those costs worked into that $9 million price tag? So that will have been whittled down a bit by that grant funding, so.
Can you tell us what the construction cost is? Like so basically you've said you got the EA paid for, most of the design and engineering paid for. So what is the total nut you don't have paid for?
that's a good question.
Okay, that would be interesting to know because that would help us, as we speak to the other towns. So if you take the 9 million minus the EA, or that's already without, just a breakdown would be
It
really
would be
helpful.
minus that, the EA, which is like 400,000.
Yeah.
And then also minus, is the EA the same as the design and engineering, or those are two
No,
different
sir,
things?
separate.
Okay,
We actually had gotten a grant for the EA, and we should see the final report on that next month. And then we just recently we actually haven't got through all the grant process yet. What is that grant? It's a Power and Water Authority grant, but
It's $300,000, and it's 100% guaranteed that they will loan forgiveness on that 300,000. So we won't be expending anything on that.
and that's for the design and engineering?
yeah,
We'll still have a little bit out of pocket for that. We've tried to budget with our consultant, try to whittle their involvement in the project down and try to meet what the grant money's worth. So, but there's still a little bit of out of pocket for the Water Commission on that.
that state process requires our attorney to fill a lot of this out. It's part of and so our attorney's doing that right now, and they should be done with that in February. And at that point, we should be able to sign on the dotted line. And our engineer is waiting for that signature so that they can pull the trigger on
That's great.
further, engineering design.
Gentlemen, I see Candy Meehan's hand is up, and I think she might be able to add to our conversation. Ladies and gentlemen. Candy, I'm going to ask you to unmute and welcome.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you very much for taking my statement right at the moment. The town has an opportunity for $750,000 for just transition funds, of which we are going to commit $500,000 to this project. So I wanted to make sure that that money was coupled in with the CDS that has been awarded and with the earmark from the county. And the Congressman Hurd's office has already reached out to encourage us to apply for the next CDS round for the gap funding of the 1.75.
The 1.75, everything made sense until that last number.
Okay, so our original ask with the congressionally directed spending was $3 million, and that got reduced
I see.
to
Thank
the
you.
125, and he is adamantly encouraging us to go back to the table for the 1.75. However, we all know how quickly that the federal government disperses funds such as that. So that could be a couple years down the road, but however, that is a potential opportunity. And again, the town is just waiting to find out when the Office of Just Transition is going to disperse the funds that are to be shared between Nuclear, Natarita, and Norwood, and that the town has committed a significant portion of our distribution to the Water Commission.
Got it. Thank you very much, Candy. That's very helpful. Commissioners, I think that we got closer to the actual number, but I don't think we're going to get to a precise number until the engineering's done, and that's okay. My rough calculations are we're short $6 million.
Sounds like it.
And that can change overnight. It could go up, but doubtful to go down. With that, I've got a question for maybe Finn, which is in phasing, what's the priority? The cracked line that we started with coming currently going in the L shape, but perhaps going in the more direct triangle? Is that the first priority for first phase?
Well, if we can do it in the alignment that the engineers have preferred,
Mm-hmm.
the way the crow flies, we won't be replacing that line with this project.
Then we'll put a new one in the
We'll put a
diagonal.
new one
Yeah.
in a more direct route.
Yes.
So, like I said, if we started at the treatment plant and we only had enough money to get to the Marimani Road,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't really help us.
Understood.
So thinking of what can we benefit from construction and phasing, you almost have to start at the blue tank and work back at least as far as the vet road.
Okay.
That would be the first phase. The second thing that I would look at is try to get all that infrastructure in place at the treatment plant. Because once again, all of these tie-ins, and you're moving around a lot of utilities and different things, and you got to get through the reservoir sites, and you've got the Gurley ditch system running through there, Farmers Water. That's going to take up a lot of money too. It doesn't necessarily gain us anything, but I would get started on that at that point and get that out of the way so that when the next funding becomes available, we're really doing that fast down the road.
Yeah.
And the other thing you guys know this, but we're really fortunate on the west end, really in San Miguel County, to have a lot of quality contractors that do this
Yeah.
kind of work.
Mm-hmm.
And while they obviously have to make money, I just feel like I'm hoping that when the engineers do this, that when we put this out to bid, we may actually see something. They're not going to have to go and house these people. They already live here. So we've got that on our side too. And they're our customers as well. So I'm hoping that we'll see, very competitive bidding when this actually goes out. Engineers typically have to be safe with their numbers. I think they got caught after COVID, but I think they figured out where the market is now.
Got it. Galena, let's go to you and then we'll go to Road and Bridge.
Okay, great. I just wanted to shed a little light on the kind of purpose of this project, which is what, like Finn is saying, the existing infrastructure, the existing line will stay in place, but what this essentially is a redundant line or a loop line, which most modern systems have, so that it creates redundancy, right? There's ability for there to be like a closed system, so if there's a break in the line, inevitably, as there is.
2 days ago.
Yes,
The
exactly.
irony there is literally 30 minutes after we got notice from
Yes, I
Congressman Hurd's office.
had the chuckle, this big
The main
break in the
one.
line, right, when we got that news about the CPS funding. Like, oh, we are living this real time right now, right? People were getting notices that the water was shut off and. So the critical nature of this project is that it will create redundancy so that the old existing line can get patched up and repaired as time goes on, but it will create stability in the system.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just a little context too, just so you're aware, you know, what Norwood's going through in terms of an upgrade here to this infrastructure system is not unlike what any other community on the Western Slope is going through. I was at a conference a year ago in April, and it was attended by some of the towns throughout the Western Slope. Everyone's top priority was infrastructure upgrade. All of their systems are 50 years old plus, so we're all working on the same things. It's just, you know, we're trying to improve on a system that's literally failing, so to speak.
Can I go to Road and Bridge? And
Oh,
then-
yes, definitely.
Okay.
Hi, Road and Bridge.
Hi there. Ryan with Road and Bridge. Finn, I just had a question. Do you, and I might have missed it earlier, but do you have a schedule on like when you propose this is going to be 1 year or 2 year, or is it going to be like a 10-year or longer project that you guys are going to phase in a different, do like kind of like how you did in the ski ranches with when you were with Mountain Village?
Ryan, I would say that immediately, if we can do it, we would start that phasing coming from the blue tank over to the Narramani Road. I mean, over to the vet road. After that, it's hard for me to say without having found the funding,
Okay.
the rest of this. And understand, Ryan, we need to come and talk to you. If we can't come across that, if we can't work a deal with the state land board, and there is an existing easement, it's just doesn't really work like it probably did in the 20s or whatever. Then it would be a much bigger impact to, you know, for you and your ditches and your roads, because we would have to come down the county road and turning toward and head toward Snyder's at that first intersection. Once again, bear with me, I don't remember the county road names. And probably run that all the way to Max and Sons and then back up to the road that goes over to Fitz's. And so it's a long way, it's a longer way around, much shorter still than going all the way to the state highway, and much easier to work with the county than it will be the state in these times. But so there will be impact is all I'm telling you. But when we get to the larger part of it, I don't know.
Okay. I was just curious because yeah, to help out with the scheduling and the permitting and all that. So was just curious on whatever we could do to work with you guys on that.
Yeah,
Appreciate that, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Sounds like there's still a lot of questions to be answered, but you are standing by to be helpful as soon as you have answers. So
Absolutely. And if you guys have any questions that you think might impact your project at any that refer to the roads or using the roads for right of ways, just feel free to come in or give me a call and I can meet you guys and we can sit down and discuss a plan if it helps you guys out.
appreciate it, Ryan.
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, is it common or uncommon to take on debt for projects like this? And is that something that the Water Commission would consider, or are we trying to get it all paid in cash?
Oh, no, I think we're gonna have to get a loan.
Okay, okay,
And we do have a loan. We've had many loans.
okay,
So, yeah,
thanks.
yeah, we work with the town on that. That they're our partner. in a lot of
Okay.
that, loan stuff.
Thanks. Just trying to figure out how to get to 6 million.
Yeah. And just for those listening and who aren't super familiar with the service area, how can you give us the stat on how many square miles the Norwood water system serves, and the fact that it goes over into Montrose County, and you know, it's a pretty big service area. Can you just speak to that?
You know, I can't, we've got, I can't speak to acreage or square miles, but we've got about 860 taps. That we service, and they extend beyond Red Bale. I've seen a number. Mileage of piping is somewhere over 30 miles apparently, when you add all the distribution lines and the transmission lines.
I mean,
It's a big system.
the main artery does follow the highway. It goes all the way down, by Readers. And ends
Which is
there
about 4 miles
past
Red Bale.
Red Bale.
Wow.
Pretty
Yeah.
much follows 145. It does kind of jog around by Coventry a little bit. But then, as Tony said, you've got all these laterals that run off and feed, ranches and homes that have popped up over the years. And, a lot of that infrastructure now is aging, but it doesn't have that, as you put out, Delia, it doesn't have that pressure that's on that pipe is like feeding the town, I mean, that pipe is literally in the ground moving as there's big draws, and that's why it's failing, where as you get past Norwood, the line is still old, but it's not jumping up and down and moving because the draw isn't as high as you head to the west.
Do we still have time?
We do, we've got another 5 minutes.
While we're working on this project, which is a delivery project, we're also working on storage improvements and new water sources, or at least trying to figure out how we might be able to improve on the supply of water to the system. And coupled with all of that is we've undertaken pretty strenuous. In fact, Ben and I were meeting last night till about 9 o'clock on conservation efforts. Keeping in mind that, we've got a fairly serious snow drought happening. And, we're just trying to prepare a little bit for what might be coming this summer in terms of just a supply of water. Our primary water source right now is the Gurley Reservoir. It's our only water source. We've got a few springs that aren't really factored into any planning that I've been able to see. Most of the water, or the majority, or almost all of it, comes from the Gurley, which is managed by the Farmers Water Development Company. And we have a good relationship with them. Just a lease agreement with them that is renewable. And we're contracted right now for up to 300 acre feet out of the Curly on an annual basis.
Any other questions, commissioners? I feel like this has been really helpful for getting our arms around the situation. And it sounds like there's still some answers coming in, but we, as Commissioner Brown said, have a $6 million rough number that we can all put in our minds as a target.
I just want to add on the timing too. Right now, our engineer and us, we're expecting that engineering to be done by the end of this year.
Okay.
So the sooner we get an answer on a couple of easements, the more comfortable I'll feel about that. But that is our plan. So we hope to be shovel ready with the entire project by the end of the year.
All right. Well, we do have some input with the state land board, and if that becomes useful, let us know. We've not crossed swords, but certainly crossed wires in the past and been able to work some stuff out with them. It was easier fun.
Good relationship too.
Good.
We've just secured the land that the treatment plant is on is actually owned by them. And we've secured that easement again into perpetuity, but they just don't move as fast as maybe we all like.
Understood.
That's always a concern for me.
Well, we are happy to lend our voice if you end up feeling like they're too slow. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm circling back to one other question. I'm just focused on this 6 million. Mayor Meehan mentioned potential 1.75 through another CDS. Are there any other big grants out there that could potentially chip away at that 6 million? Anything that you're considering?
A team, kind of a consulting team that specializes in just trying to answer that question that's out there, kind of surveying for us what might be available. Our engineers are also looking.
Okay.
SGM. And we'll see. I mean, part of it will be debt, and that's factored
Yeah.
into the 20-year cash flow projection. And that'll be paid for through service rates and just the monthly service charges that we garner now from our customers. But we're trying to keep that number as low as we can.
Galina.
So, yeah, my poor math skills serve me. And let's, just what Mayor Meehan was referring to. With the just transition funds, which would be approximately $500,000 is what the town is pledging from that funding source. And then if the CDS funding comes in full, that additional 1.75 million, then we're looking at approximately another 2.25 million added to that rough 3 million. So hopefully we could be looking at around just over around 4 million. That is the delta. And I guess what I think what I'm hearing here and what would be helpful is if there could be some sort of phased funding timeline, so that when we're approaching the towns and talking about immediate funding needs for when you're, you know, when the design and engineering and EA come to completion and you're ready to go, you could have a number that we're really saying, like, this is what the Norwood Water Commission needs today to start phase one. I think that'd be really helpful to build on a case.
Yeah, and talking with their engineer, like I said, I mentioned to her that if you could speed up that design on that reverse phase, we'll call it, that's what we can call it internally. That would be good to know, you know. The $1 million that you guys had pledged, is that enough? I don't know, my gut feelings is probably not, because there's a lot of work that happens at the around the tank, but we need to know that. So that we can at least do that, because there's actually benefit from that part of the project happening sooner than maybe the rest of it. Overall.
I think you're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Candy, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you again. The one thing I want to make sure that we're not stepping over is the fact that we can take this pot of money and capital stack it against another grant. So that we have some opportunities with there to do some more gap funding, and the Wrights Mesa Group, Mohan in Houston, is also looking into different funding and granting mechanisms that like we haven't looked over just quite yet. So we've got many eyes on this, and I'm really excited about the opportunities that are sitting in front of us now, because it's, you know, $500,000 grant match is exciting, but you know, a $2 million grant match, you know, that's a little more exciting in my heart. So we're going to chip away very diligently, Commissioner Brown, at that $6 million. I can guarantee you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
No, just thanks for being here today.
Yeah,
Thanks for having.
really
me.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right.
And we'll get some answers for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Candy.
Thanks, Candy.
Right, commissioners, we are moving now to item 7B. But let's give Tony and Finn a moment to, are you going to stick around and talk about enforcement of codes? Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
All right, Matt Gonzalez is coming to join us, and we are moving on to a presentation on code enforcement. And we may end up in executive session. We'll see where we go.
Yes, and I've asked Sheriff Cobalt to be here for this conversation as well, since a lot of aspects of code enforcement require the involvement of the sheriff's office. And I believe Kay Simonson is planning to join us.
Okay.
too. Just if there's specific questions or context, a lot of this is related to our land use code.
Does Kay know we're starting?
I texted her.
Like,
Yeah. That's what I thought, yeah.
We're a little ahead.
Yeah, we're early, but it's not a
Yeah.
public hearing, so
Yeah.
I think we've got the people in the room.
Actually, I'm gonna ask for a 3-minute recess.
Sure.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
now that everybody.
Now that everyone's here,
Right.
I apologize, but I'll be right back. I'll be thinking more clearly in a moment.
The world.
Ah,
Now it's plugged in.
I'm getting
Brown's
some
plugged in.
lip balm.
Oh, good.
Oh,
It's
man.
hilarious to read the stream of consciousness on the
Is it transcribing our stream of
Yeah.
consciousness?
Oh, yeah.
All right, don't cuss.
I
All right,
can't promise.
I think we are ready. We're back in session.
Right.
And Matt has a presentation.
It's my.
It's Maura's presentation.
I get to figure out how to get it full screen.
Oh, the little, oh,
This is Google,
no, that's what I
which I don't usually use.
Maybe
Jared
view,
probably
If
knows.
you click down next to slideshow at the top. See right there. Should be able to.
I'll get rid of this timer window. I don't usually use Google.
Now I'm kind of.
It's okay. That's fine. All right. Good morning, commissioners. So this presentation is going to be focused on kind of a high level look at code enforcement in the county. And the reason why Matt and I wanted to have this conversation with you all is to kind of give you all a better understanding of what are the areas where we have code enforcement authority. What does our internal process look like? And then what is the next step court enforcement process? And some of the challenges that we've faced with code enforcement, and some of the challenges we haven't yet faced but exist out there with pursuing certain types of code enforcement, and a discussion about the people and resources required to follow through on these different levels of enforcement, because I think you all do hear a lot of complaints from the public about certain code issues. And so we thought it would be a good idea to have this conversation to kind of set the groundwork for what that actually looks like, and talk a little bit about what are the county's priorities for pursuing code enforcement, and maybe how we might look to the future for addressing some of those issues. I can change slides. Oh, there we go. So just a little bit of a agenda for our discussion today. I'll touch on high level on the areas of enforcement in the county. Matt will go over our current complaint-based enforcement model and what our internal administrative enforcement process looks like. And then I'll talk about what the legal court enforcement avenues are currently, as well as some proposed legislative changes to that process. And then we can talk through the resources required for enforcement and some of the challenges that we face with pursuing that. And then we will discuss some specific examples of code enforcement issues, kind of on a high level hypothetical, but we could have a potential executive session at that point if the board wants to get into more detail on specific cases. And then a few questions for the board on direction at the end. So very high level, these are all the different areas. Maybe there's one or two that I haven't listed on here, where we have code enforcement authority. And I've put in the citations for state statute as well as local ordinances or resolutions that the county has adopted to implement these areas of enforcement. We currently do not have a specific ordinance for weeds or junk. We do have our noxious weed management plan, which has some aspects of the statutory provisions. But there's other aspects of state law where an ordinance is required to do certain abatement or cleanup. And then I'll just note that we're going to focus today on more the land use code level enforcement. That's where I think we get the most complaints, but certainly we can go into any of these other specific areas if the board wants to do so. And I will touch on some of the requirements for various enforcement aspects. And then I also just want to note that really land use code, building code, and OWTS are the only areas where we currently have like dedicated staff whose responsibility it is to enforce those codes. The other ones, they specify whose authority it is to enforce, but I don't think that we have dedicated deputies or road and bridge employees out enforcing parking or other road issues, or some of these other ordinances that we do occasionally hear about from the public.
Dan, did you want to add something?
Oh, I'm good for right now.
Okay.
Volunteers, wait, my slide changed, but it didn't. All right, so. As it is, we operate as a complaint-based, like enforcement program. Meaning, with like the exception of like a very obvious and blatant life safety emergency. Generally, we only move on enforcement when there is a concern or a complaint voiced by some other county resident. Could be a neighbor or someone that's just concerned or curious about something. So we encourage folks to use our online portal, SmartGov, to submit those complaints to us, although we do, we'll field phone calls and emails and follow up on those as well. Not everyone's comfortable or has a desire to use a computer. It does make our life a little easier, but we can always initiate a case, on behalf of someone if they provide information for us, details. We'll just make a note of that we initiated the case for them. So, we do see every once in a while in our portal, there's instructions on the portal of what kind of complaints are appropriate to share with us. We have, if you're reporting animal abuse or some other criminal issue, you need to contact either the sheriff's office or other departments. We do have, when they repaved the highway over here at the roundabout, we got a lot of complaints about that. So, well, sorry, we generally probably won't respond to a lot of those, just because the instructions are pretty black and white.
Sorry, we don't even respond to say that's not our jurisdiction.
We may, but again, if it's something that's, I'm just saying, if someone just gets in there and rants about the paving project, it may or may not warrant a response, because again, the instructions are on the portal. We are not CDOT, so generally, I guess I should clarify, even if someone does reach out and they're confused about where they should be getting information or how they should be obtaining it, we'll at least send them an email. We make a note of that and close the case accordingly. Do you have anything else to add to this topic?
Were you able to collect kind of a snapshot of like the recent numbers of complaints? Yep. And
yeah, so as it is, there are currently 24 cases open in our case management through SmartGov. 14 of those are unique cases, which means that 10 of them are like repeat complaints where either someone, instead of following up through email or some other way, they follow up through submitting another complaint, which is fine. We link those cases. They're connected to each other in the SmartGov environment, or a separate neighbor will voice a same concern about another property. So again, we were showing 24 cases that are open, but 14 of those are unique. They range. We've recent case was initiated the 12th of this month, and we have some older ones that have been harder to close because of some of the things that we'll talk about a little bit later on, as far as we got to the end of our administrative rope and we have not pursued court action for a number of reasons. So again, they range in length for how long they are open, and that also correlates to how complex it may be to have someone achieve compliance. Generally, our response is to help people. We want to help people achieve compliance. We're not really too keen on. Well, we haven't fined anyone. We certainly haven't demolished any structures or placed liens. And so we work with people, and as long as they demonstrate a willingness to work with us toward those compliance steps, we'll log those in the case, their progress towards that, and so the timelines may extend. As for the timeline for the case to be open. So some of the cases that we have, they range from most of them, I'll say, in at least that people have initiated cases for in SmartGov are activities that were never permitted originally. It's very rare that we receive complaints about an existing special use permit that's in violation of its conditions, although it has happened. So again, most of what we're dealing with are totally unpermitted uses or the alleged unpermitted uses. So they range from material storage, whether it's gravel or soil or that would maybe require like a special use permit to be issued before they can continue that use. We have some just straight up unpermitted structures, some being used as residences that we're dealing with. We've had pockets of complaints in certain neighborhoods or subdivisions. So as HOAs or as landowner associations become concerned in that community, that's where some of those repeat complaints come from at that kind of subdivision scale. We have some questionable road use cases, and again, like kind of logging operations, those have come up where we are unsure kind of whose responsibility is to, if we observe signs of a violation that are not, there may be some logging on a property, but we observe the logging trucks miles down the road. Those are challenging, but we've had issues with those. And then we have received complaints around parking and sometimes illegal uses of the right of way. And so really they're kind of all over the place. Even illegal septic systems, we've had some of those as well as complaints and concerns. So that's kind of where we're at. It's broad, and again, I think each case is truly unique, both in when we determine that there is a violation, the landowner's response, but also our tools for achieving compliance. They vary from case to case. So that's kind of a snapshot of where we're at.
Can you tell me more about the HOA cases? Are they, what are those? Are they like these same kinds of complaints, but happening within an HOA, or are they, yeah.
In short, yeah, they are different in nature. There's just unpermitted uses occurring on different parcels within
an HOA.
And we can talk about those a little more in detail a little bit later on, Jared.
Matt, I was just gonna put maybe a finer point on it. They're just like the stockpiling, parking, other right-of-way issues, but since they happen in an HOA.
Yeah.
In many cases, the message is sent out by an HOA to all of their users. And then we get more responses through the portal about one issue.
Right.
Than we usually would do in other areas. So I think that tends to be the case. And I do think there are cases where HOAs themselves will log a complaint and, similarly to that issue.
And do we have, maybe you'll get into this, if you do, just tell me to hold on, but do we have the same enforcement responsibilities and rights within an HOA as outside of an HOA?
So if Kate, feel free to jump in on this.
Yeah.
Sure.
If,
Yeah, of
if
course.
it's something that is addressed by one of our adopted codes, then, absolutely. If it is a problem of related to the HOA's covenants, declarations, then, we have to determine, verify that it is not ours to enforce, and we respond to them accordingly.
And that's where we've run into a lot of frustration of folks that don't understand the delineation between an HOA restriction and a land use code restriction. And are like, well, but just fix it. Just take care of it all.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, basically, if it's a document, if it's something in a document that has been approved by the BOCC and signed off on with, an official signature, then it's ours to enforce. But if there's no, county signature on it, say it's a 35-acre land division, and sometimes they have their own HOAs, it's a private, matter.
Thanks.
Do you want to go through this briefly?
Yep,
I mean, you've
sorry.
touched on some of it already,
But
but.
shut this because I keep looking at it. I'm behind.
Oh.
I was like, so that's kind of the snapshot of where we're at. So here's what happens when our staff internal process, when we receive a complaint or a request for information. So so they come in as like requests. So we look at them and we determine, again, is it even our jurisdiction? Is it something that we have any, that we would turn into a case, or is it something that we've had people we've had complaints come in about a same property where that property already demonstrated compliance, so my point is, we're not going to convert that to a case because there is no case. If we determine that it is worth an investigation and that it appears that there is cause to continue with the investigation, we use on the second bullet point, we use these kind of 4 tools to determine whether or not we think there's an actual violation occurring. We look at the property's existing records that we have on file, or the absence thereof. We use aerial imagery provided by our GIS team and assessors data to compare with what's alleged versus there's a record of existing. We drive by and observe as best we can from a public roadway, basically. We're not going to go on the property and stomp around without permission from the property owner. And then again, we use whatever data or evidence were provided by the complainant, the person making the complaint, to kind of corroborate the allegation. So if by using those 4 tools, if we determine that, yeah, it looks like there is a violation, we prepare, we make notes, inspection notes and all those types of things, record notes, and then we prepare a first notice of violation, which is just a letter that says, hey, we believe you are in violation of the land use code, and we can reference the specific violation and where the land use code, where that is referenced in the land use code. And then we also have a section on the notice of violation with their steps to, cure the violation effectively. And those notices have timelines for compliance, and then they have the steps for them to reach out to us. For the most part, people respond to the first notice of violation. They'll reach back out to us, and we'll begin a plan, as I said before, to work with them toward compliance. That plan can vary in complexity and length, again, depending on the nature of the violation. Sometimes it's as you've seen, it can be a land use application that needs to be approved in a couple, 2 steps or whatever. So we note those things, we extend timelines as long as people are working with us. In the event that they don't respond after a first notice of violation, we basically repeat the site visit, which I have to say, a lot of times those site visits are unfruitful because we can't observe anything from the public right away, except for a bunch of pinyon and juniper. And so we'll still go through the step though and see if we can observe anything from the road. And we send a second notice of violation that just basically reiterates the first violation. We make a note of that. And then we have the ability, if we still have no response from the property owner, we then we would send a final notice of violation, which would basically ultimately let them know this is your last chance to reach out to us before we pursue court action. So in my time here, we've gotten to that point one time, and that case is still open because we've had a rollover in legal staff, and it's just been sitting there, and we haven't filed any court paperwork. So, you know, if anyone wants to talk about that specifically, you know, I think we'll leave it to Maura to determine if that's an executive session thing or not. But that's kind of that's a rundown of our internal enforcement process. As staff, what we do. We conduct our investigations, we make notes, and we send letters hoping for a response, and then a plan to work toward compliance.
I have a question about the complainant process and how they are communicated with once this internal enforcement process is initiated. Like, what is the process for letting people know that you're on it, basically, and they understand that their complaint is now in the system and is being addressed?
Good question. So we have in SmartGov, when someone's going to submit a complaint, there are instructions that we expect people to read. Effectively, and this is what the instructions say, is in order to be able to check the status of your complaint, you have to create a SmartGov portal account. And when you create the case, it gives you the option to create a PIN. And you need to do that. And it says on our portal, you won't be able to check the status of your complaint if you don't create an account, if you don't create a PIN. Because people can just submit things to us. They don't have to share their personal information with us. And a lot of times they don't. So people can raise a concern totally anonymously. They can also click a box that says they choose to remain anonymous, which we do our best to make sure that anonymously that is protected. So we do have every once in a while the person that the alleged violator asks, well, who complained? And we say, well, we can't really say. You can do an open records request, and we leave it up to the legal team to redact whatever they have to redact by law. But so if someone wants to track the status of their complaint, that's the way they do it. And the instructions are on there when they submit a complaint. If someone calls us or emails us, I mean, we typically don't go out of our way to make people aware of the status of their complaint. If they call back in and check with us, you know, we'll engage in a conversation with them. We'll let them know what's going on, which happens frequently. Again, if someone wants to track the status of a case in SmartGov, the instructions are on there, and it does tell them if you don't create an account, if you don't create a PIN, you won't be able to see the status of your complaint. We don't. Again, just a lot of the complaints. Sometimes they're emotional, you know, and sometimes they're not. Maybe a portion of the complaint is something that's valid, and other parts of the complaint are not valid. And so in short, we address what needs to be addressed. And so it's incumbent upon the complainer to to check in with us or to go back to the portal and check the status of their complaint of the case. Yes.
Just to clarify, so when you're talking about you guys observing from a legal right of way, if we take into account the size and nature of Gurley Ranches, the private road begins at their head gate, so you guys can't leave 44 ZN or ZS and go through Gurley Ranches. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, so my understanding is that the road at like Gurley Ranches, that's a public access road. Correct? Am I incorrect? That is correct.
Yeah, our understanding on that one is it's privately maintained, privately owned from the head gate off of 145 all the way through the subdivision. So if you had something going on to the backside of that subdivision, you guys can't go in and look at those properties?
No, that's so I guess my understanding and the way we've been operating is, you know, if there's three houses or more, then a roadway becomes a public roadway. It doesn't mean it's publicly maintained. It certainly could be a privately owned, privately maintained road, but the public has a right to use to be on the roadway.
It's technically not a driveway because there's more than
Right.
3 houses.
Right.
Understood. Thank you.
Right, so. That's the clarification is we wouldn't go on a private driveway,
Okay.
but yeah.
Whatever that. Thank you.
We do have subdivisions that are gated and the public can't get into them.
Yeah,
But
that's valid. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even know how all of that works. I'll admit that. And I suppose that's something we would just, in the event of a complaint, we would say, hey, we
Yeah.
can't get in a lock gate, sorry. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
what else.
And I
As
think-
as it pertains to where gates can exist or not, I
Yeah.
don't know anything about that.
And if it's, you know, often we're getting complaints from representatives of an HOA, in which case they would have the authority to invite us in outside of the private property lines, but on that roadway or access point.
Another just quick question, how often are you engaging with the HOA representatives? Like do you bring these complaints to their attention or engage with the HOA on any level? And receive these complaints if the property is within the HOA?
It's a good question. I have, in one case, attempted to, communicate with an HOA. Again, because their process is so, it's not a government administration, right? And so it can be a little tricky and nuanced. In the one specific case that I did attempt that, the HOA's leadership was in a bit of a state of disarray because a member had passed away, unfortunately, in an untimely manner. And a person approached me as representing the HOA, and then I heard that person wasn't actually on the leadership board of the HOA or element or whatever. So again, having observed that and experienced that, I thought it best to probably just deal with these cases in the most uniform way possible, which is to engage with the landowner on a case-by-case basis. And so in that particular instance, I have had correspondence with people that represent this owners association, and I've corresponded with them and let them know kind of where we're at as a courtesy. But again, because you know we don't check HOA covenants and declarations and board membership and those types of things, and it's not really in our purview. And so I believe it's best to essentially treat them like any other member of the public. And so while we want, again, our overall goal is compliance, and so we'll do what's best and what's most fruitful to achieve compliance. But I would caution, I would be cautioned in sharing, you know, copious amounts of information with outside of the Cora process
Yeah.
effectively.
They can be useful, though. I had a case a number of years ago. The HOA was the complainant, but then they also helped facilitate meeting between our staff and the property owner. And we were able to come to a good resolution, so they can be useful. It's just a matter of weighing the exact case and, deciding whether or not and how they can be used.
Question on this page, the compliance dates, Matt, are those set up in the land use code, or is that something that you develop, when you issue the violations?
So the timelines to cure violations are outlined in the statutes. It's generally it's 10 days to resolve an issue. In practice, we put 30 days in our letters. And again, we have exercised the discretion to alter those timelines given the property owner's response and willingness to comply.
When you say statute, that's the state statute.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes.
And just one other thing I'll note on the internal process that we haven't done a lot of, but is an option and something we recently have looked into is if we do have a cooperative landowner and it's an issue that may take a longer time to cure, like they need to get permits and that's not going to happen overnight. There is the option of like a stipulated judgment or a corrective action agreement that would set out the specific actions that are required to achieve compliance and timelines for doing that. So that's something that is available to us if we have kind of that longer compliance horizon and we want to make sure everyone's on the same page about getting to that point. So that's something that I think other counties do fairly regularly. We haven't done too many of those, but are in the process of one of those right now. And then before we go to the court enforcement, I think it's worth noting that none of our ordinances are have like self-enforcing mechanisms in terms of imposing fines, with potentially the exception of red tagging under the land use code, where we can put an assessment and a property owner could voluntarily pay that. But in order to impose penalties or fines on anyone, we have to go to that next stage of court enforcement. So this is kind of a high level overview of the different avenues for pursuing court enforcement. And I'll just go through some of these in a little bit more detail to give you a sense of what's required and what we can get out of each of these processes. I will note that the county hasn't pursued any of these in recent years, not since I've been here. And we don't have any current active court enforcement. I think we have done a couple in the last 5 years with mixed results. So the first statutory provision 3028-124.5, this is county court actions to pursue civil penalties for zoning violations. So here you file in the county court, you have to issue a summons and have the violator served, but that can be done either with a civil process server or through the sheriff's office. Here the penalties are minimal. It's no less than 500 and no more than 1,000 plus $100 per day, but only once the court issues an order finding the violation. So you have to get the court to say there's a violation and then the fines can accrue beyond that point, not for past dates. Unpaid penalties become a lien on the property through the treasurer. And there's county civil court procedures apply here, which includes discovery and potential for a trial. The next one is the civil infractions provision. This is perhaps the most or least useful, from what I've heard from other county attorneys. This allows for penalties for unlawful construction or alteration of any building or structure in violation of the zoning code. Fines are up to $100 per day. Notice of violation must be given with 10 days to correct. And if it's not corrected, the sheriff must issue the summons and the complaint. So this is one where we do have to involve the sheriff's office if we want to pursue it. Here, the procedures are more simple and it can be a quicker process. But it has some other drawbacks. And in this case, the enforcement is delegated to the county attorney, but the board can appoint the DA to perform the enforcement. But we'll get into the potential complications with that in a bit. So the cons of this process, as I mentioned, it requires the involvement of the sheriff's office, and the timelines for how this plays out are pretty vague in the statute, and the method for collecting the fines is unclear. It doesn't say anything about a treasurer's lien. There's also some unclear and contradictory processes here where the statute has some process, but it also refers to the civil infraction processes, and it's impossible to follow both of those. So this one is consensus from other county attorneys, is that this is basically a useless form of enforcement, except for, and I'll get to in a second, this injunctions process under subsection 2, which doesn't require following the civil infraction process. So for that 3028-124 subsection 2 injunctions, it doesn't state explicitly in the statute, but it seems that these types of cases could be filed in the district courts, which may be a better place to be, just given the court understanding of these types of matters. So that's an option. This section allows us to pursue injunctions or other appropriate actions to prevent, enjoin, abate, or remove unlawful construction or uses. So this is a better option for addressing immediate health and safety issues, or in cases where fines might not be an adequate remedy, like if someone could start and stop the violation, which would make it more challenging to pursue that in court, or if we need a specific remedy, like they were supposed to construct a retaining wall and they didn't do it. But here we do have to be able to demonstrate real immediate harm to get prioritized in the district court process. And I think that can be challenging when we have cases that may have been in existence for a long time, and we haven't pursued them, making an argument that it's
Urgent.
it's urgent and it needs to be stopped. It can be difficult in that instance.
More, do we have to pursue section 1 before we pursue section 2, or those alternate
They're alternate
routes? Okay.
Yeah, and there's some question as to whether we could pursue the injunctions under 124 sub 2 along with penalties under 124.5. Because one has to go in the county court, but could the district court consider the fines? I think so. There's a lot of ways to complicate this from what I've heard. And it's not always very straightforward. The next one is 3015-401, and this is has some provisions for seeking administrative warrants, and this can be done in county or district court, and it applies to certain areas where the county must first adopt an ordinance, and it's specific to junk, weeds, brush, and dangerous buildings. We currently have an unsafe building ordinance, but no junk or weeds ordinance. And this allows us to go to court for administrative entry and seizure warrants to remove or abate the issue. It requires a sworn affidavit from the building official, most likely, or some other staff member, prior notice to the owner, and a description of the violation, and then what is the proposed disposal method. Once the administrative warrant is issued, we have to execute on that within 10 days. So that can be challenging for organizing a cleanup process and actually following through on that, with just 10 days. For weeds cleanup, an assessment can be placed as a lien against the property. As well as for unsafe buildings, the county could perform the removal and assess the whole cost on the property as a lien.
Did I hear you say that you can only execute this process if you have a local ordinance? And if so, why wouldn't the state statute cover junk and weeds? Why can't we activate against those?
So the way the statute is written is that in order to pursue enforcement under this statute, we have to have first adopted an ordinance that lays out the process and the rights of the property owner and
Okay.
what will happen in that to carry out this provision of the statute.
And where does brush fall? Do we have an ordinance for that?
I would assume that could just be lumped in with weeds. It's those two are part of the same subsection of the statute.
Okay.
It's also sometimes part of junk.
Okay.
It's just, they go together.
And then just the last one is just provides that county courts have jurisdiction over prosecutions for violation of county ordinances and states that it is the duty of the sheriff and undersheriff and deputies to enforce county ordinances. So that's where we would have to involve the sheriff's office. As things currently stand, you all, I think, are aware of proposed legislative changes on these provisions that have been submitted to CCI and put forward as a priority. And just to touch on what some of those changes that are proposed. So for section 3015-401, it's clarifying that section, adding administrative warrant provisions for removal and securing of unsafe buildings, because that's currently not in there for that type of activity, and adds new provisions to clearly establish the enforcement procedures, allows it to be filed in county or district court, and increases the civil penalties to between $500 and $3,000 per day, and specifies that those would be recorded as a lien and can be collected as taxes if not paid within 30 days. Similarly, there's increase in penalties proposed for a section I don't have up here, 3015-402. And then there's changes proposed to CRS 3028-124 to similarly increase the penalties from minimum of 500 up to 3,000 per day. And those would continue to accrue until the violation is remedied. It changes the evidentiary standard from personal knowledge to reliable information and belief, which could be useful, as I'll talk about in a minute. It can be challenging for when we receive complaints or photos from neighbors for us to collect our own so that the building official has personal knowledge rather than hearsay to go forward in court. Another change would allow the county attorney as well as the sheriff to issue summons and complaints. So that wouldn't necessarily require the involvement of the sheriff's office. I would be able to do that on my own. And it also clarifies which rules apply and addresses some of the conflicts for in the procedures that currently exist. And there's some other changes that are proposed that I won't go through in detail, but that would, if those changes are adopted by the legislature, it would improve this process greatly from what I've heard from other county attorneys that have much more experience doing these types of enforcement cases, where it can just be very complicated to pursue these.
Maura, I missed the CRS number that you said you were finally discussing.
3028-124.
Okay.
So that's the civil infractions
Got it.
and the injunctions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I touched on some of this already, but just to bring it back to like, what are who are the people that need to be involved and what are the resources that are required to pursue enforcement both internally and at the court level. So Matt talked about the internal process, which is mostly on him or his office to investigate complaints, collect evidence, prepare and send those notices. If we do get to court, it would be Matt or someone else on his team that's preparing an affidavit to attest to what are the facts that we know that support the alleged violation. And then if we did get to the point of the county abating or removing an unauthorized use, that would be an expense that we would take on and Matt's office would probably facilitate that process. The sheriff's office, as you heard, is currently required in some of these statutes to serve notices and summonses. And then in some of our ordinances, it's the sheriff's office duty to issue citations, carrying out tagging and towing of vehicles under our parking ordinance. And then there may be times where Matt's office would maybe want support from the sheriff's office for on-site inspections and abatements, often entering someone's property, even with a court-issued administrative warrant, doesn't always feel comfortable or safe. So there may be times where Matt would want the sheriff's office support. There is a potential to deputize code enforcement officers. I don't know if that's something that's been discussed in the past or an option that we would want to look into, but that is something that could be done. And then my office, as I mentioned, the DA's office could be, the board could appoint the DA's office to pursue enforcement, but we have heard from the DA's office that, or they have indicated, not to us directly, but to other counties, that they're currently not willing to take on these enforcement cases, just given their capacity. So it would fall on my office, and that would involve reviewing these cases, determining if they're worth pursuing in court, preparing those filings and managing the court process, and then if we get to it, negotiating settlement or corrective action. Some of the common issues and challenges, which we've touched on some of these already, but things that we've experienced or that I've heard about from other counties. Ambiguous code provisions or permit conditions. I think we've seen that where a permit condition isn't written so clearly. It seems like there may be a violation, but it's not so clear cut whether it is in fact a violation. So that, or uses that parts of the uses may be allowed by right, but other parts of the use appear to require a special use permit. And how do you delineate the boundaries of that? What is and is not allowed? We do run into unresponsive or uncooperative landowners. They may completely ignore the notice of violation, or not want to be cooperative in cleaning up the violation. I mentioned lack of director supporting evidence. So if we did want to go to court, we can't rely on solely the complaints of a neighbor. Sometimes we do receive photos from complaining parties that may have been obtained by entering onto someone else's private property. We can't rely on that type of evidence as our sole support for pursuing a complaint, because we want to be able to have evidence that was obtained lawfully. And then that goes to the next issue. Oftentimes, because we have large lots or different topography, it can be challenging to view the violation from the public right of way or a neighboring property. If we have permission from the neighbor to view from there, that's an option, but just with larger properties, it can be difficult to actually get evidence of the violation. We talked about staff resources. Matt, I don't know if you want to touch on like what is the average amount of time it takes to investigate a complaint and follow up with a notice?
Yep, so we've talked about it and try, we don't have hard report data, but effectively, it takes, it's a full day, per case, basically to investigate a complaint, to do all of the record searches, to kind of the corroboration part of it. And then the subsequent site visit, and then to document all of that. That kind of first step is about a full day of work for one person. And then like the follow-up inspections that we would do between the first and second notice of violations, it's roughly 4 hours of time, again, between doing our best to keep notes so that if we have to file an affidavit in court, we have the evidence ready. And then where it really stretches is it between those steps, and depending on the demeanor of the landowner, you know, there can be some extensive you know, meetings, phone calls, in order to try to help a person develop a plan for compliance. And again, depending on the case, that can take any amount of time. And it stretches not just our office, but Kay's office often, because I think every case that we have open right now is also not just a building code thing, but they inherently pull in the planning office as well. And so we haven't quite quantified their involvement, but it can be a multi-person, multi-department you know, effort just on the administrative steps. So it's and not to mention if Maura has to get involved. So there are many hours involved just at the administrative level before we even get to court. So that's kind of where we're at. It's time to keep accurate records and to really try to follow through. It's very time intensive.
Yeah, the next one, I think we've covered, it can be a lengthy and time intensive process. It can often, and it can be slow moving depending on what's required for compliance. And that might not always align with the complaining party's expectations. I think we hear a lot that the perception is we're not doing anything. But we often are, and it just takes time to see the results of that. One additional challenge is that the fines that are currently allowed by statute have limited deterrent effect, $100 a day. Depending on the scope and scale of the violation, it could be cheaper to pay the fine than it would be to come into compliance. And then just on the issue of costs, if we were going to pursue court enforcement, I think we need to be prepared to take on the cost of abating violations. And that's something that could be, we wouldn't recoup those costs potentially for a very long time, because what happens is a lien gets placed on the property, and if and when that gets paid is very uncertain. And then just finally, from what I've heard from other county attorneys, they often run into issues of county court or district court judges just being unfamiliar with these types of cases and not knowing how to handle them, and sometimes getting results that are not aligned with what the statutes say, and that can be frustrating as well.
I have a question about collecting evidence. You mentioned that we can rely on our GIS mapping. How frequently are those updated? Is that an annual thing?
2 years.
I believe we're
Oh, yeah.
updating those every 2 years.
Okay, so we may look at those pictures and it may or may not actually show what the complaint is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
that's
could
fine.
even show something that was in violation, but then was mitigated by the property owner's own volition that is shown
Sure.
on the map. So yeah,
It could be out of
that's
date.
why we really can't pursue court action without first having done our own personal investigation, which
There.
is hard to do with an unresponsive property owner.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to clarify is in the opening pages, you mentioned that we have dedicated staff currently to do land use, building code and OWTS enforcement. But it's not like it's their only job.
No.
Yeah, okay. It's very part-time, right?
Like Matt is the designated enforcement
Right,
person for the land use code
right.
and the building code. And then we have Kevin, who is
Kevin.
in charge of the OWTS
Okay.
systems, but certainly they have a lot of other responsibilities. So yeah, dedicated staff maybe wasn't the right word.
No, but that's
When-
their responsibility.
Yeah.
I understand why you use that word. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, thanks.
So now we were thinking we could talk kind of high level hypothetical about some of our current code enforcement matters without getting into specifics about properties or complainants. And if we need to go into an executive session, we can to talk about specific cases and direction. But I thought it would be helpful to just go through some of our recent or current cases to illustrate how some of these challenges have come up in the real world on some of these cases.
So one of the first kind of issues that I would like to talk about is something that kind of relates to all of our departments. It's this issue of when a land use code violation, or in other words, lack of permits obtained, and so when we talk about land use with a significant impact, and so something like moving large amounts of soil or logging, that they haven't secured permits for that, and they haven't had a chance to go through our department reviews. And oftentimes the person that's impacted the most, in addition to the neighbors, are road and bridge staff. And the roads get destroyed. And so we have logging trucks or dump trucks going over these county roads, and then we get bombarded with phone calls from people, you do too, saying, hey, the road's falling apart, how come your crew's not doing anything? And a lot of those are due to just unpermitted activities, and again, they're not always, maybe people don't know or they're unaware, but we really have, we've had a couple of those cases over the last couple of years where we look at each other and say, okay, that's a land use code violation. And it's like, well, yeah, but we don't have any sway over the logging trucks on the road or the dump trucks. Ryan, what do you got? Well, he doesn't have any deputized staff to enforce those things. And so we find ourselves like, we think that this is happening on a certain property. How do we approach that? Do we send courtesy emails? Which sometimes it was turned. We don't want to accuse people of doing things. So we don't have a way, we have the fruits of non-compliance on the road, but we don't have a way to address it. It's not fair to ask Ryan's the road and bridge staff to pull people over. I don't think that that's safe, frankly, or even in their job descriptions. And so that's one problematic issue that it can have a big impact on not only adjacent property owners, but the roads that everyone uses, and the public perception of how we go about our business. Do you have any questions about that kind of case or hypothetical situation? Yes.
So it's really a matter of manpower, human, but I've heard of staff not being able to like sit there and watch the road and see where the logging truck is coming from, right? So this is something, if we had more staff, we could address more.
Potentially more staff. I think someone also with like that needs to be in their job scope of like.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't know if deputized is the correct word or not, but I think like, again,
to pull people over,
I
it needs
can't
to be a
fathom
deputy.
asking, just our staff that's not law enforcement to ask someone to stop on the road. I don't think we can be doing that or should be doing that. I don't think it's safe for anyone. And so, yes, the symptoms of the non-compliance are not on the property, they're out here. We just don't really have an actual way to find out exactly what's going on, but the impact is very real.
Could we ask legally and logistically a sheriff's deputy to do that? or we, I mean, I'm not assuming we don't have the capacity, like the enough staff for that, but is that a appropriate and legal way to investigate something like that?
So for if it's something that we believe requires like an excess hauling permit,
Yeah,
that is in the statute, it is the law enforcement agency has the authority to verify the validity of those permits. So could pull someone over to ask, do you have a permit?
It still is gonna fall under, it's still gonna fall under the aspect of what is our reasonable suspicion for the stop?
sure.
Just to have trucks driving up and down the road, I can't stop them to say, where are you going and what are you doing? Now, if we have information that's coming in from his department, her department, or whatever that says, we believe these violations are taking place and
Sure.
here's why.
Mhm.
I've now reached my level of reasonable suspicion. I don't need probable cause to make a traffic stop. I need reasonable suspicion. So once I can meet that burden, which is pretty low, then yes, we can assist. But just to go, hey, we're gonna stop these dump trucks because we want to, can't do that.
Mike,
This is something I've been talking to Ryan about because last summer we were getting a lot of haul truck calls of I saw them here or there. I think they're coming from this or that location about putting out a contract position that would just be, and I was thinking, man, this would be a great job for a retired person who wants a little bit of work. And their role would just be to go and follow and see where these trucks are going to or from. And that not pulling people over, but then reporting to Roden Bridge and the sheriff, hey, I'm seeing this number of trucks carrying this kind of load in these locations. To send one of Dan's deputies out chasing folks around or to redirect a Roden Bridge employee from a project they're working on as a group doesn't make sense. And I think that could be a far more cost-effective way. And I imagine that there would be some appetite from folks who would be interested in like, I drove around 4 hours today, made, $40 an hour, and it ultimately was a lot less cost to the county. But
If you said that,
I'm just thinking independent contractors, having to have their own insurance and things like that. You're gonna pay more, but Jared can whittle it down on the fee. Normally that's my role, but thought I'd be good cut today. But anyway, that was one thought I had. And I think that would be a better use of people's time, and that could be a position. We could have two. We could have one in the east end and one in the west end, and they could be available to building and planning and or road and bridge. And then, yeah.
and Mike, with eyes on the road position,
Yeah.
that would give Dan probable cause? Is that the level? Reasonable suspicion? What was it?
Reasonable suspicion.
Reasonable suspicion, and then you could act. Okay, thank you for that suggestion, Mike. That seems like one way out of the box. Galina.
Do you envision this being a seasonal position or year round?
Year round.
Yeah,
Yeah. And I imagine that the biggest things would be during the summer when more construction activities are occurring.
yeah, that's why.
And
I
we
brought
have
this.
potentially haul permit violations. And unfortunately, our haul permits are specified to a specific amount of tonnage as a threshold, as you heard. So having photos, this person, maybe they're taking photos to document, or they have a dash cam that they're driving. So if there's even a question of, well, they just made this up and followed it, we'd have a video record to turn over to the sheriff or to Matt as the code enforcement official.
I'm not sure how we would address weight violations. We do not have the equipment to do that.
I mean, CDOT set up a temporary weigh station yesterday, right? At the
Yeah,
top
we
of
could
Keystone.
call for assistance.
Yeah,
If we had an area that we wanted to look at, but the conjoining road is going to have a nexus to a Colorado highway or interstate before they're going to do that.
Yeah, I think it's on I don't know if we can do it on a by truck basis, but when we believe there's many loads
Mhm. Right.
going from one property, we think we can have the evidence to show that's likely above the threshold for getting an excess haul permit.
or even construction permits when people are having heavy construction up a dirt county road. It's often, oh, one neighbor will turn it in, and when we approach that landowner and say, hey, you didn't get a haul permit, it was like, oh, well, it was actually the guy above me and it's not me. So I think we do need somebody that has the ability to jump in a vehicle and make that their priority to investigate.
Yeah, and in terms of weight, it is known approximately what, a fully loaded truck with gravel and a fully loaded log truck weigh.
Right.
So,
So this person would be on call, Mike, or would they patrol?
I would say on call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think too, it would be important to be cognizant of like, it's one thing to go collect a whole bunch of evidence. It's entirely additional step to then process and organize the evidence and to
Mhm.
make a case. And so if we continue to explore that, we would want to make sure that we are, again, just cognizant of that extra time in order to keep records and maintain a case, and then ultimately who's responsible for bringing the case forward. So I just want to highlight it's not simple as a person running around taking pictures and turning them in and then going home. There is a lot more that goes into the case management.
Sure.
Well, let's park that good idea as a potential solution to the first hypothetical problem. And Matt, do you have another one or?
Yeah, so some other again, general issues are cases of illegal structures that are being used, unpermitted structures that are being used as residences. We're not naive enough to think that there aren't all over the county. We're aware of a few of them, and those are tricky. Again, given the fact that it could be a person's residence. It's not often as simple as just asking people to vacate the premise, until they can obtain permits, or we're not in the business of going out to scrape structures necessarily. So we work with those people typically to try to achieve compliance through retroactively obtaining permits, if possible. Some of the things that become an issue are again, when structures are unpermitted, meaning they haven't been reviewed for compliance, we could run into potential setback issues. There's always the HOA or landowner covenants that are potentially being violated that we may or may not have some degree of involvement with. Again, if a subdivision's undergone the county's subdivision process and there's a recorded plat with conditions for development and those types of things, we could enforce something like that. In the event that, again, as Kay referenced, it's a 35-acre land division where there is no subdivision in play, we don't really have the means to enforce HOA covenants, but that the violators could still, they can apply for permits with us, but they may still be running into issues with their HOA. So again, the structure's there, it was placed there. It's not as simple as just removing it and saying get permits. It's working with someone through compliance, retroactively seeking approvals and engineering and inspections. Those things take time. And we've taken the approach that we have to be delicate with people as far as ordering them to just vacate the premise because we're not sure of alternate housing means and those types of things. So those can be tricky and time consuming as well, and also frustrating for the people that are being impacted as well, which we understand. Any questions related to that?
yeah. I wanted to add that, we do have a structure that is not permitted, especially a residence, and then they're trying to permit it. It is not as simple as here's my building permit, please sign it. And issue a CO. It often requires engineers to certify how it was built and, that the foundation is okay. And, it could be invasive, walls have to be opened up or something to demonstrate that, code was met. And then the other thing is that especially dwellings built without permits, those are sometimes discovered by the assessors. So we've got yet another entity in on it. And it's actually to the benefit of property owners to permit their residences, because residential properties, is a lower tax rate than vacant property, but you still get it. So the assessors might be finding these and then passing that information on to us. And so we have another player in the game.
I will just say, like in other parts of the country where they have very robust enforcement agencies, it may be the case that they do red tag a building and issue a cease and desist order and give them 10 days to get everything done, or they're going to scrape it. Those types of communities do exist. We historically have not been one. And so I think that's one of the things that we would like to hear from you is towards the end of this is, how are you feeling about where we're at with everything? Do you want to kind of change the way we address violations? Do we turn it up a few clicks as far as the aggressiveness with which we approach these things? That's one of the things we'd like to hear from you. So another kind of issue that we run into are what I would call maybe less immediate risks to public health and safety, but still code violations. We've had, for example, on a piece of vacant property, impromptu septic systems installed with no permanent dwelling, and unresponsive landowners. And so, those types of things, and unresponsive property owners as well, which we alluded to. So, in those cases, they've kind of just, frankly, they've fizzled because the pressure for enforcement from the adjacent property owners has kind of lost its momentum, because our response was, we threw some letters at a non-responsive property owner, and there's a water tank in the ground. That's, so it's in the big scheme of things, we talk about, like life safety, and sometimes those types of things that they lose their momentum, those could be challenging for us to close up. I don't know if I'm articulating what I'm saying is, I guess that I think the perception outwardly is that there is a gradient of violations. There are some that are very severe and impactful and dangerous, and there are others that are, maybe we could put that on the back burner, but I don't know if we should be putting anything on the back burner. I think a violation is a violation, and we should have tools to, help people cure those. But I think the reality is, with our staff and the ambiguity of the court system and those types of things, there is a gradient of severity when we talk about violations. The last kind of case that I suppose I'll draw attention to are cases where someone's in violation that's potentially providing a community benefit. And I think we all know a handful of them where we know that they maybe don't have permits that they need, but they're doing great things for the kids or providing spaces for community artisans or therapy services, but they simply don't have permits. We've received some complaints about some of those types of things. And so the question is, do we approach those in any different manner? Do we act a little more delicate? I think that a violation is a violation, and we have, rules are rules. But again, that's the reality is, there's a bit of a gradient there when we talk about public benefit versus, not a public benefit. And how delicate do we want to treat those? Or the question really is how delicate do you want to direct us to be with those types of things? So those are kind of some of the general issues that we face. Do you have any other questions, or do you all have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that's a good segue to my last slide, and the kind of the point of this discussion is kind of that, like, what are our priorities for enforcement? How far do we want to take it? And are there certain cases where we want to take it all the way? Are we prepared to bear the expenses of those? Do we need to consider additional staff needs? And then I guess if the board is thinking court enforcement is something we want to pursue more regularly, is that something you want to consider on a case-by-case basis, or do you want to give a blanket grant of authority to my office, Matt's office, to just pursue those when we feel it's necessary? And then the last question, just should we continue with a complaint-based model? Or do we want staff going out looking for things, monitoring the roadways, things like that?
I have one quick question. These are all unpermitted violations. How often are you seeing permits that are issued that the landowner is not complying with the terms and conditions of their special use permit? Is that something that's coming up often or ever?
I will say, I've only seen maybe 2, I think, in my time here. As far as like a special use permit and an alleged violation of conditions stipulated, okay?
Yeah, about, 2 every 5 years.
So rare,
Yeah.
would you say?
Yep.
And then have you seen an uptick in complaints in recent years?
Yeah, I think that may or may not be directly correlated to the fact that we have a public portal where people can plop complaints in, kind of at will. But previous to SmartGov, it was, there was no clear standard procedure for receiving complaints. People would email us, or a lot of people call us and we say, hey, we'll send us an email, and yeah, we've seen an increase in cases. I think again, it's probably directly correlated to the fact that we have a place for them to do that. I do think that also, in general, people are a little more concerned because people are a little more on top of each other. And we have more people from outside the nether reaches of the country moving into the area that maybe weren't here 15 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, pre-COVID even. So I think that factors into it as well.
And are those new arrivers, are they more likely to be complained upon or be complainants? I mean, I'm just wondering if it's because, yeah.
I think, I don't know if there's I can say it's one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. That's okay. This is a little bit like Galina's question. Oh, sorry, Dan.
After that.
Sheriff, I mean.
That's Dan is just fine. From our standpoint, we usually see the newcomers to the community as the complainants.
Okay.
Now that might be unique to my office and not necessarily to these folks, but that is definitely at the forefront of let's come here and make it like there. And so we do see a lot of that. A gentleman just a couple weeks ago wanted us to arrest a local rancher for letting the cows defecate on the road while they moved pastures. So, and was going to turn us into the state for health violations and all of those sorts of things. So yes, from our standpoint, we see more of the complaints coming from incoming new residents.
As they learn more about what life here is like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I want to just back up a minute, a little bit about what Galina was saying, like, are we seeing more complaints? Like, why are we having this conversation right now? Kind of what's driving it? And we've had informal conversations about this, but I have been here 2.5 years or something like that. And I'm just wondering, yeah, why do we feel like we need to have this conversation?
I think try.
Yeah,
with
sure.
Just a little more historical perspective.
Yeah,
Because of the difficulties that we've been informed of about enforcement, because of the difficulties of staff of prioritizing enforcement and also knowing which violations to prioritize, and the increased, as Galena touched on, number of complaints.
Yep.
Perhaps because it's easier to do so, but perhaps because there's more people in the same area. And so it's not that this is a storm that has suddenly appeared. It's been slowly brewing.
got it. And brewing and building kind of.
Brewing and building and planning, and occasionally in other departments.
Yeah, okay.
And so we're facing, I think, something that has been slowly drifting towards us.
Yep.
And the options that Maura's asking for in this final slide are, I hope we can be really broad and not go into executive session. I think if we do want to do that, we should schedule it for another day and try to dig into some distinct problems.
Okay,
But if we could talk about kind of our general inclination towards enforcement and give staff some direction, I think that would be helpful.
I have another question. How consistent do we need to be? Like, can we take things on a case by case basis? You know, given all of the sort of gray areas that Matt mentioned, or if we're gonna, you know, if we get a complaint like this and we have to say we're always gonna pursue it. Do you know what I mean?
I can answer that historically.
Well, let's ask the lawyer. Well, yeah, go ahead if you want to. Yeah, go ahead.
Historically, it has been case by case, as Matt said earlier. And the gray areas of, in particular, community benefit or less immediate risks
Huh?
have been deprioritized
Yeah.
or more gently handled. And previous boards, myself included, have agreed with that policy and allowed staff either the room to make a call or the sometimes direction when staff comes and says, hey, how big a deal is this? And we'll try to parse out small, medium, or large.
Got it.
I see a hand up from Ryan.
Wait, can I just finish this question?
Yes.
Does Maura have any, or Matt or anyone else on the staff have concerns about us addressing these on a case by case basis versus having a very strict, consistent policy? We could have multiple policies, but.
So I'll let you put a cap on the answer and completely answer it. I will say in my position, it's if we have rules and standards, it's very hard for me to apply any amount of subjectivity. If we have a rule or a standard, in my opinion, we should hold people to those standards and ask them to be compliant to the rules. That's a very large lift. And in order to do that completely, we would absolutely need additional staff. So without, going 100% full compliance, without adding staff, I don't see how we could reasonably do that in any sort of time efficient manner. But I do believe that if we have codes and standards adopted, we should be enforcing all of them across the board. And so whether something's whether we deem something not immediate public health and safety risk or not, that shouldn't matter. We should ask people to be compliant and enforce our codes and standards regardless of the severity, quote unquote, of the violation. That's my opinion and how I would like to do business.
That's helpful.
I don't disagree with what Matt said. I'll just add that we do have prosecutorial discretion to use our resources and capacity to pursue those violations that we deem most of highest priority to the county. So I don't have concerns about a case by case approach as long as similar cases are being treated the same, that we're not saying, well, this person.
Two similar violations can't be treated differently.
Right, because of who they are or where they live or who they're friends with. So that's what I would want to make sure that we're just treating similar types of violations the
Perfect.
same way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
And yeah, consistency is really important. Oftentimes when we are working with a property owner on a case, they'll say, but what about, and they'll point to someone else and say, why aren't you pursuing, their violation? And sometimes code violation enforcement, cases beget other cases, because then they start reporting each other. Go figure. So, yeah, consistency.
thank you, Kay. Ryan, I see your hand's up and it's been up for a while. Would you care to add to our debate discussion?
Yeah, I was just gonna respond to Commissioner Brown about why we're having this conversation. So in a lot of cases, after listening sessions or after discussions with the public and meetings, we've gotten direction from the board to look into things or to go to see what can we do to, to respond to this constituent's complaint or to this resident's complaint or these issues. And so for us, we just having a means or having a vessel to be able to apply that and having direction, like clear direction on this is what we're going, this is how far we're going to take it. That's how this discussion, because it's not new, we've been dealing with, and a lot of times it's the same person or it's the same property owner in different areas, but they tend to be a problem. We want to try to address that. But one of the problems that has been a challenge, it's been inconsistent and it hasn't been clear, like Matt said. So the whole thing with the code enforcement part of it was, how serious do we want to get it? How much do we want to apply it? And how do we go about doing that? It was a lot of it was, staff, we were being asked to do something or asked to solve a problem. We just didn't have the ability to do it, consistently or with clear direction. So that's why
That helps, Ryan.
Yeah, and I would agree with Ryan on that especially from my office's standpoint, we're more than willing to help out any of our county entities in any fashion, but it has been unclear in who's going to handle this, who's going to handle that. That being said, if it turns out that the board's desire is to move forward with stronger enforcement, I think a conversation for later for an actual code enforcement deputy, code enforcement officer would be in order. It's going to be a very specialized training. They're going to need to be educated and versed in areas that your standard patrol officer is not. And they're going to be dealing with a lot of different legal aspects, working with the county attorney. So if the intent is to move forward with stricter and more enforcement in general, then I think at some point we need to have a conversation on having an actual full-time designated trained person to do that.
Dan, why don't you take the time to come up with a cost estimate for that position? And then when we do have that conversation, we'll have that input as part of our thinking.
I have a
Go ahead, Galena.
Um,
Go ahead.
I just have a question about that position and whether that individual would have some kind of like administrative duties to process information, because I see that as being a missing piece to the puzzle. Like, let's say we have this subcontracted person who's going out.
Spotter.
So yeah, the spotter taking observations, but then we need somebody to actually process that information to then, deem that there is some violation in case, and so that's at least partial position that I see as being potentially missing. And could that code enforcement deputy dedicate some time or have the capacity to do that?
to my knowledge, we've never had a county code enforcement officer. So I don't really have an answer to that. I'm gonna have to reach out to some of our neighbors and say, how do you guys do this? Who's responsible for what? You know, put together wages and figures and kind of get a rough estimate on it. Yes.
Just as a frame of reference, Town of Telluride was hiring a code enforcement officer recently. They started at $75,000 plus a vehicle, plus benefits. But that was not a law enforcement person per se with the same levels of authority and oversight. The solution, or the, not solution, but the Band-Aid I was proposing is between a $20,000 and $30,000 a year cost to the county. If we're gonna bring on a code enforcement deputy, we're owed well over 200,000 a year.
Mm.
And then if, you know, if Matt is adding a person, depending on if we want to equip them with a vehicle, I think you're looking in the $120,000 by the time you're without a vehicle, when you're looking in that route. So I don't mean to throw out, but I do think you need to understand the orders of magnitude of difference of what different solutions could cost, and then help that factor into how seriously you want to pursue. And if you want to pursue road, hauling violations or building violations or, land use code, SUP compliance violations.
I think it depends on what the scope is of what you want that person to do. Like if they are a code enforcement officer that isn't just observing, but also has the authority to issue citations, that, you know, they could cover parking, road stuff, code violation, you know, the whole
One is not
gamut
gonna
of
do it
stuff.
for the county. Then you're talking about two different areas.
Right.
Because you don't want the perception that you're only enforcing in Wrights Mesa area, or you're only enforcing in the east end of the county.
You know, Dan, we might have saved you some homework if we just take Mike's rough number of north of 200 grand for this hypothetical position. It would be worth contacting maybe some of your neighboring agencies and confirming that, but I don't think you have to take pen to paper yet.
No, and Mike's absolutely correct, because it's not just the position. That we see the wages, but now, if you want to talk from my office, now we're talking the training, the vehicle, the equipment, uniforms, you know, I mean, so yes, that upfront cost might seem nominal, but it's really the ancillary stuff off to the side that starts adding up really fast.
Well, based on where we sit budgetarily, I don't think we're going to authorize that decision today. I think that we're going to continue to work with the staff we have and consider Mike's spotter option at a future conversation and try to make a decision on that. Knowing that summer is coming, but not tomorrow. We've got a little time there. Does that seem like a reasonable approach for the staffing question, at least?
Yes, but what I'm hearing is with this spotter is gonna come more administrative work, and our staff within the planning and building departments are already pretty maxed, right? It's not like nearing capacity, so I just see some kind of gap there. that
I agree.
We would need to fill at some level of position.
Agreed, Jared.
If I may, commissioners, I think we can, as a staff, come up with a plan to address what our suggested solution is based on direction. You know, I don't want you all to sit and say, man, I'm worried about X dollar, Y dollar, or Z dollar. I want to get your sense of how I guess I don't want to say overbearing, how significant
do we want to
we
be?
want our efforts to look.
Right.
We want them to change significantly from where they are today, because right now it is a little piecemeal, right? We take the cases when they come, we aren't out looking for them, and we've kind of stopped pursuing or kind of run into the wall when we hit that court procedure.
Thank you.
Right.
I can make a few, throw out a few points for discussion. One is, I feel that if we get a complaint, we should follow it through. And I'll say to the end, I would say at least through the third final notice of violation. And that at that point, you should come to the commissioners for direction on whether we want to pursue a legal case. That's just a starting point. And the reason I say that is because I do, as we all do, receive complaints, and people are really frustrated when we don't follow up on them. And I'm embarrassed, it's not a good place for the county to be, I don't think. So that would be my initial direction, if the other, just again, throwing it out there as a starting point.
I think that's pretty close to how we're operating, but I'm with you. Go
I
ahead.
don't think it is actually,
Okay,
because
let's codify that and
yeah.
what's, Galena, do you agree with that?
I agree with that, but I also want to be realistic about the current parameters in which we're working and the capability and ability of staff to see that through to violation number 3. And as I'm understanding and hearing, it really depends on the responsiveness of the landowner. I mean, there's just some hurdles that I think are really challenging to overcome. And then, taking it from there. So it does come back to, unfortunately, being a case by case scenario of what they're navigating. But I think that having a strict compliant, like, this is how we do things, no matter what the complaint is, there needs to be a process, and I do believe that. I also, and I don't know how to kind of navigate this, but I, in my opinion and mind, the safety, health, and well-being of the residents is of utmost concern. And I don't know if we can parse out if there's a complaint and it is really, it sounds like you already have a process there, or if there's some kind of leniency on how a complaint is processed based on the safety, health, and well-being of residents. But I don't know if we could devise some sort of policy that doubles down on that.
If there's an immediate health and safety risk, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, those are more important, obviously, because they're more urgent. I'm kind of following Matt's concept of, if we have rules, they should be followed. I'm not actually I don't necessarily feel that way, but if we go down that road, should we, if there are rules we have that we don't care about, then we shouldn't have those rules. Right? And I think all of our rules ultimately are about the health, safety, and welfare of our community. So maybe if there are rules we don't care about, we should get rid of those rules as opposed to not following up on them when there's a complaint.
Can I interject something?
Please.
So thank you for saying that. That's in essence how I feel. I know like Ryan feels the same way, right? So if we have codes and standards that we're going to ignore, then why even have them?
Mhm.
And I mean, not that we prioritize, right? Again, because of the historic nature of our county. It's historically a rural county. In the grand scheme of its history, it's relatively sleepy. And when we have now people moving in with different expectations of how things should look. So I will say it is it puts a lot of pressure on staff. And all of us, everyone, when we have to subjectively apply standards versus objectively apply them. It puts everyone in a weird position. And so I do agree with that. If there's a consensus where there's something, can I reference the noise ordinance?
Yeah, sure.
Like we have this noise ordinance and we really have quite literally no means to enforce that. So if somebody files a complaint, we have a rule with no adjudication for, what do we tell that person? And we can't, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, your noise complaint's frivolous, sorry, we're gonna ignore it. Because it's not, it's enough for that person to pick up the phone or to dial up the internet or whatever you do now, log on and file a complaint. It impacts them in a negative way. And I don't think it's our place to say, whether or not their feelings are justified or not. It's, we have a rule, they know it, they made a complaint, it's our duty to enforce it. In this very specific case, we don't actually have the means to do it.
Well, I'll just say, it's not that we couldn't possibly, it's just realistically, no one's sitting out on the road with a noise meter measuring how loud traffic is.
Yeah, we don't have-
It's not.
Not for traffic, but.
No, we do
think
have
of
a
the
noise ordinance now.
festival,
Yeah.
in
That's-
Egner,
Right,
and we
that
did
could
have
be
deputies at the
vehicle.
line measuring the sound to ensure compliance with their permit.
And couldn't the person, when we adopted that noise ordinance, my understanding was the person making the complaint could pick up their free app on their phone that Mike found in 2 seconds and measure the decibels and submit that as evidence?
We have to rely on a certain type of technology.
Okay.
To verify those
Well,
levels. So that's just an example of where we have something written, but logistically follow through is a challenge.
Okay, so could we provide direction to when there are logistical challenges to following through that what did you call it? A courtesy email. We send a courtesy email. We have had complaints about noise, blah, 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 where and when, and we believe this is in violation, and could you please talk to your drivers? Is that possible?
Essentially what the first and second notices of violation are.
Okay, they
I mean,
are.
they're essentially, because again, assuming we can't pick up our noise.
Right.
Or assuming we can't go into a property. and
That's
observe a
right,
violation,
same idea,
they're
right?
essentially courtesy,
Okay,
they don't look like courtesy letters.
right.
Yeah.
But that's in essence what they are.
Okay.
If we think we have reason to believe you're in violation, please reach out to us.
Okay,
And this, I think we're like, part of why I wanted to have this conversation is because we run into, it's kind of two issues where we have the complaints and the complainer is very confident in the violation, but we aren't able to verify it to go to that next step. So we kind of hit a wall and then the complainer is frustrated and we're like, well, we can't trespass on someone's property. We can't go to court without proof. And then Matt brings things to me, should we go to court? And then I'm like, okay, well, if that's something we want to be doing, that's where I think the resource constraints, depending on how many of these we may be considering in a year.
right.
I don't know that I personally have the capacity to take on a number of court enforcement actions.
Is there a step where, and I maybe missed it in your presentation or it didn't stick, where we can get permission from the court or somebody to go on the property and actually collect the evidence? Or is that only once we do the fine?
It's unclear. So there's the administrative warrant process, which I've been told by other county attorneys, you could maybe try to use that, but the way the statute's written is that it's to these very specific issues of junk, weeds,
Mhm.
and unsafe buildings. So can we use that for something that doesn't fit in those categories? And that's where I think some of these other issues come up, like I'm going to the court asking for something I'm not sure I can get. The court maybe isn't aware of that it can issue that, and it's this very amorphous, complicated
Mhm.
process where we run into these.
Okay. One thing I wanted to say about following through on all complaints, I think that there may be areas where this board decides there are certain topics that we don't necessarily feel are essential to be followed through on. Is that a possibility? You know what I mean? You said as long as we're consistent with types of complaints, right? So we could say, like, if it's a housing complaint, because we don't want to unhouse people and we don't think there's an immediate threat to health and safety, we would not enforce that. Is that a policy we could have? I don't mean, yeah, that's a
The
question.
example of unpermitted structures.
Yeah.
I think you could say, we're not going to be in the business of tearing down people's homes.
Yeah.
We will do everything we can to get those in compliance, but I mean, I guess that's something I think you could consider, like there are these considerations. Do we want to be red tagging homes and potentially tearing them down?
I'm just gonna, based on some feedback I've heard from constituents who are quite frustrated because they have gone through the proper course and cost of obtaining a building permit and their
Yeah.
neighbor is not, and that's unfair for sure. And
Right.
a clear violation. And so I think that we do need to address that.
And do you want to have a perception that in the county you can build first and ask
Right.
for forgiveness later and it will be okay because
Well, and just really quick to clarify on that kind of specific case. When it comes to like retroactively obtaining permission effectively, those folks are still, they're held to the same standards that anyone else that would have paid permits before building are held to, meaning they have to pay the permit fees. They'll have to, our building code resolution allows us to charge extra permit fees for not obtaining a permit first. So there's that. They have to, again, provide us with construction documents. They have to provide us with engineer letters verifying that structural elements that we can't observe were indeed constructed per the design. So it's challenging, and it's frankly, I think it's more, it costs more to do it that way. Wouldn't recommend it. So they're held to the same standards, it's backwards, unfortunately, and so it can rub people wrong. But I guess I want to make the point that it's not that while we do everything within our ability to work with them to achieve compliance, we don't allow them to circumvent any requirements of the codes or standards. And if they have a building inside of a area where they cannot have the building, the answer would have to be, you gotta move it, unless there's other creative measures that have been made in the past. So again, we will do anything we can within the realm of our legal ability to help them achieve compliance.
If our office had an ask, it would be that if there's specific things that we do not want to enforce or that we feel are historically irrelevant or whatever now, that they be removed from the books. Because in my world, those are often thrown right back in our face about, hey, I have your county codes right here. And so if those things do come to fruition, I would ask that they be removed. It makes our job a lot easier.
A question of staff or Lance, with your historical knowledge, I mean, are there some examples of those potential portions of the codes that we haven't like really enforced hard? And
I'll give you one. Jake breaks. They're a transient ephemeral violation of the noise ordinance, and it's very difficult to ever catch one in real life because it's usually 4 a.m. and you hear it from your bedroom and then it's gone. But if we were to get rid of the noise ordinance, then we would not have the opportunity to assist the neighbors in Egnar when there's a festival going on next door. So for 90% of the time, Dan's going to get that noise ordinance waved in his face, and it's going to be impossible for us, him, our team to react. But it was really handy in Egnar, and it did provide relief for the neighbors who were having an EDM festival that was keeping them up most of the night. So
they are separate. There is a separate vehicle noise ordinance.
We could lose
land use
vehicle.
code noise standard.
No, please don't lose that one.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
And, the Jake break one, sometimes the source of that Jake break is a specific use or a specific property. So, we've tried
Occasionally
to.
been able to use it.
We know that it's happening on a regular basis in a very specific location.
Yeah.
As opposed to the ones that I hear all day, every day, just coming down that last curve before my house. They are what they are.
I think, even though I may not have given a perfect example, Galena, that I think you're hearing that everything that is written in code has been useful at some point, but also is ineffective in other areas. And I'm reminded of Dan's predecessor, who would often talk about enforcement of the volume of traffic laws and say, there's no way I could ever enforce all these rules. But when someone is breaking an egregious one or the wrong one or does it right in front of me, then I swing into action. And it feels like we are in a similar position here where it's not that we don't want to be effective and we want to be fair, but reality is infringing on us, and there's no way we're going to solve this to perfection. Matt's request that we are completely objective in each of our decisions is the gold standard, but the reality is that we're not going to be able to give him that relief. It's too many humans and too many shades of gray. I wish we could take the first four and say, I am least worried about aesthetic concerns, but that's only true until it is brought to my attention that someone is in gross violation of junk on their property, and it's upsetting the neighbors to the point where they're about to, cause a revolution. I think we can all agree that public health, safety, and welfare are our top priority. But then we quickly drift into how big a deal is it even in that one top category.
Lance, are you saying, did you just say that you don't think we can give the staff more direction? That we're just going to continue to feel our way through this?
I would love for you to help me. I don't have the answer. I think I was saying that.
I don't
think
know.
that we have agreed that your 1, 2, and 3 notices of violation are a bright line that we'd like to hold to. I think that we agree that if there's no response after that 3rd notice, that we are willing to hear those individual cases and discuss going to court,
Okay.
and that there will be kind of a monitor and assess at that point of how many of those are going to be egregious enough that we want Maura to take action, and then Maura will have to help us figure out how to do so.
Does that help you all, the staff?
Yeah, it does. And just to clarify my position, I don't think I articulated it well. What I wanted to say was, should you be coming across things that are obsolete or no longer realistic in today's world, not to just blatantly remove a noise ordinance or something
Yeah.
like that. But if we have stuff in there that is just
Yeah.
ambiguous or doesn't have any bearing on today's world, then maybe we shouldn't have it anymore.
And do you know of any of those, Dan?
Oh, no, that's really thick. I haven't read the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Just, but if there, because I think Galina did say, are there any, and are there, does anyone have any on the top of their mind that you'd like to get rid of right now?
Not that.
Not yet.
I think there's some that have like come up recently that we don't really do any that in theory would be lower hanging, like parking. We don't, I know cars have been tagged in the past if there's repeated complaints from neighbors or something, but we're not, your deputies, I assume, are not out looking for parking violations. Is that something?
Dan, I'm gonna have a side conversation with you about parking, but our time is running over here, so I'll catch you offline and ask some questions. Jared.
I just want to make one more point about this, and this group of commissioners has been really good at this. But one of the issues that we do run into with any of these code compliance issues are sometimes you are the first stop that anybody makes in a code compliance process. And I think you all as a group are usually very good at saying, tell me who you talk to, have you put in a complaint, how can we, get you into the pipeline of this process? And we would just ask that we continue that as best as possible, because one of the things we have seen before is we've been working on a case and somebody's not satisfied with that, and they will approach you and we just ask you, come have a chat with us, make sure we can give you kind of where we're at with those cases, or if they're even on our radar. And try your darndest not to make any promises, because this process can be brief in the really good cases, can be very long in the not so easy cases.
And also that the people voicing the concern are very, convinced and passionate about what they believe to be, the truth.
So I don't think, well, now with Road and Bridge, I'm very good at saying, please call the Road and Bridge Department or use this form or, the link on the website. But for other complaints, I typically will, just call the department and say, what's up with this? I think what I heard you say is, let's try to always direct them into the formal complaint process.
Yeah,
Okay,
and again, this,
I think that's a good idea.
this is one of the ways we're both measuring what
Mm-hmm,
actual complaints look like.
mm-hmm,
It will give us more information, and it opens a formal book, and we have to formally close it, right? So we know
Mhm.
we're working towards
mm-hmm,
some sort of formal resolution.
mm-hmm.
Thanks for that reminder about inter-office communication, Jared. That's really valuable. And I think we're, like you said, pretty good at it, but we can be better.
I can be.
More, I don't think we were able to give you the answers
okay,
that
I-
I wanted.
This was, we went longer than planned, but I think it's gonna be an ongoing conversation, but I thought this discussion would be helpful. It was helpful to just get out there, like, what is actually required to follow through on these and some of the realities of the
Yeah.
challenges we face. So just for you all and the public to better understand the process, and I appreciate the direction that if we are getting to those roadblocks on responsive or issues we can't deal with internally, then we can bring those to you for consideration.
And Matt, maybe one of the things that you don't have staff for, but would be helpful for the complainants to hear is highlights of this conversation, kind of the statutory obstacles, the evidence-based requirements, the just physical difficulties of staffing to take action. And I know that's not something that's a fun email or a fun phone call to write, and I'm sure you've had to do it over the years, but if I were complaining and I didn't hear back that here's where we got stuck, I would be more upset than if I at least understood why the process was stalled and what was impossible or difficult to the point of not being able to resolve it. And that kind of communication is really hard, but can help people at least feel like they were heard and they took their shot, and the system isn't set up right for them to get the satisfaction that they want and they deserve.
Thank you.
My concern is that we are asking the staff to do more than they're already doing,
Yeah.
and we are not providing any resources for that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think that this warrants a follow-up conversation to talk about exploring
Yep.
ways to develop more resources for staff to go at this, even from kind of the level set that the board has directed in the past, and violations 1, 2, and 3, and potential follow-up there. I'm seeing, we need more resources to help staff with that.
So we have the ability to track metrics through SmartGov, through reporting, which we are working on some analytics, as it were, for other things that we do as far as development permits and those types of things, review times and all those kinds of statistics. We have our statistician extraordinaire over here.
Mhm.
So if I have notes here. Let's run through those first, second, and final notices. And we're gonna start stacking up conversations to bring to the board about people that are not responsive, at least within the time frame that we would like them to be. And we'll have data, we'll have a volume to bring before you, and we'll start parsing those out. And I think we'll just go for it, and we'll see where it lands. And if you're swamped, we'll know, we'll have some metrics, and we can decide then if it's worth $20,000 or $120,000 or not. But let's go for it.
I think you're exactly right, Matt, using our new tool of SmartGov to generate data and bring it back when we've had a chance to see if the number of violations are continuing to rise would be good to know, and the intensity of those violations as well.
Okay.
And yes, I'm sorry that you have to end up being the
Amen.
decision maker at some points. I share Ann's concern. I know that's an uncomfortable place for you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Any other thoughts on this issue, this matter?
When do you want to follow back up?
I would like to follow back up when Matt feels like he's gathered enough data and he and Maura are ready to present it.
When do you anticipate that being?
6 months.
6 months. So July?
Jared, what do you think?
And if we need to move.
Yeah, I think if we have a case.
Yeah.
That needs to be followed through
Right.
on in
Yes.
that time. We
Bring
can
that to us anytime.
And that may in some ways force the resources staffing conversation.
Then the prompt conversation.
Yeah. Well, let's say July at the latest.
Okay.
And that'll be midsummer and we'll have had some traffic concerns and we'll have had some building concerns and
Mhm.
we'll be able to hopefully adapt quickly if we need to.
Great.
All right, everybody. We are going to take a lunch break, I think, but lunch is yet to arrive. So maybe we would dive into manager matters.
Sounds
And
good.
When lunch arrives, we'll take a brief recess for lunch.
Very good.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I was approached about 6 months ago. I had a meeting.
Dan, could I ask you a favor, Dan? Could I ask you to step outside with Matt and finish your chat? Thank you. No, we're going for manager matters.
Right.
Till the food gets
Yeah,
here.
appreciate you.
I have a meeting on Monday with a private developer that is interested in talking about the county's parcel adjacent to Bingham Park for the development of deed-restricted apartments. This is a conversation that was requested originally with Mayor Candy Meehan and myself and the developer. They've done a site analysis of all the sites in the Norwood area that they've considered. And so I'll be approaching you next week with more information about under what terms they would like to potentially acquire the county parcel for the development of deed restricted housing, of which when we bifurcated our approximately 12-acre parcel and donated that portion for the Pinyon Park project, we had always said that the remaining portion would be held for the development of additional deed restricted housing. So I'm interested to report back to you with unit type, size, types of deed restriction and the terms of with which they would like to acquire that property. Met with Richard Betts, who's representing the Norwood Fire District as it pertains to the Paradox bankruptcy and what he and other special districts might expect. We've offered to meet with the special districts to have just kind of catch them up to where we are in the legal process, as well as what our opinions are, but not giving them advice. Obviously, they are their own local governments. With Town of Mountain Village manager Paul Weiser taking admin leave, I've reached out to Michelle Haynes, who's the interim manager, to offer support as well as to help plan the intergovernmental items. So her, Zoe Donnell and myself will be meeting here next week to see how we can assist her and Mountain Village through this transition or this time frame, not transition. Behavioral health, it received authorization from Public Health. Originally, they had the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel had allocated $40,000 towards our new position. The state has authorized $19,000 from our existing funding to public health for our STEP, which is our tobacco cessation program. Additionally, to go towards this position to help offset the cost of that. And then what was the other one, Commissioner Brown?
I think Grace was going to be able to divert about 20,000 that she had reserved for an administrative position that she
That's
doesn't
correct.
think she's going to need. So we've covered 40, 50, 60, 79,000
Correct.
for 2026.
Yes.
That state issued fund, is that on a rolling basis?
Yes. Yes. We received indication that the Egner School building had sold. I was able to speak with Clint Kressler, the current owner, and verify that it is in the process of sale, but has not been sold yet. And I've indicated to him, based off of the future owner's desired use of the property, what types of permits they are likely to need to accommodate those uses, and connected them with planning and myself for when that occurs. We're finally getting around to listing our Egner water taps for sale. We have 4 extra water taps, of which we pay on a monthly basis just to keep those in abeyance. It's thought that, you know, even under a worst case scenario, we would not need more than 2 additional taps. So I'd like to go ahead, and the board had previously authorized us to go ahead and sell 2, but just wanted to let you know in case you have questions that we're finally going to be advertising those in the Norwood Dove Creek area. Commissioner Waring and I will be leaving this afternoon to attend the CAS conference that starts this evening, and we'll be returning Friday afternoon. I've had some additional discussions with our Telluride postmaster in relation to the Placerville post office situation. They're at a point of stalemate with the current owner, Matt Blackman, on the continued use of that after next year when their lease runs up in 2027. And I've floated some potential ideas with our Parks and Open Space Director about how we might be able to accommodate that on the Placerville Park parcel. As well as we had an estimate for a replica building for the train station that used to be there, and wondered, we're going to investigate to see how we could have a replica train station building that could also serve as a post office. So that we could tell a little bit of the history and accommodate this other use if it in fact turns out that the post office is unsuccessful in finding another commercial space that can accommodate their need if they're unsuccessful. In light of recent events, we've looked at, we had drafted an ICE protocol for county employees should ICE agents come into our facilities. And so working with HR, legal and admin, we've made some updates and revision to that, given what we're seeing around the nation, and making sure that our employees are informed of what to do if they see a presence of ICE. I know that there was a unsubstantiated claim that was broadcast, and thanks to Commissioner Brown for clarifying to the community and to regional stakeholders that in fact was not the case. But also it's, I think, a good time to inform all of our staff of what to do. And it largely has them using Jared or myself to try and be the main interaction folks should agents ever come to any of our facilities. And we had, go ahead.
While we're relooking at that protocol, I'm a little unclear now about the Homeland Security. I don't think it's called a warrant, but the documentation that they may bring that's signed by DHS versus a judicial warrant if they're looking for somebody.
Versus judicial, yeah.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Dan about this yesterday, and he suggested some new thinking, that I haven't gotten my head around, because previously my understanding was it was black and white whether a DHS document could, the power of that versus the power of a judicial warrant. And I had some new learning on that. And so I think as we relook at our ICE protocol, it'd be useful for Maura and Dan to provide some additional information and guidance on how to not how to distinguish them, but what they can and cannot be used for. Does that make sense, Maura?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Yes, you. This past week we had a meeting with bless you, Fresh Foundation around the Norwood Food Bank, potential locations, timing. I filed a permit with San Miguel Power Authority to investigate adding power to our fairgrounds. But I think at that meeting, we discussed other locations as well as the timing from the town of Norwood, who is in the process of acquiring the Norwood School property. And so I left that thinking, well, we're more in flux than we were with a potential location. There's numerous potential locations where it could work. So we're going to be having another meeting soon. And next week at a regular meeting, we'll be hearing from Derek Padilla with our quarterly update from the Trace Rios BLM field office. We'll be having a public hearing on our land use code amendment for short-term rental regulations, a planning land use code amendment, a lot line adjustment, an abatement hearing, and discussion of appointment of a planning commission member, and then a housing appeal later that afternoon. So that I will pause. Jared, do you have updates?
And they have two quick things, and I'll make them fast because lunch is waiting.
Mhm.
We do have an SMRHA board meeting next Monday at
Correct.
1 o'clock, where we expect to talk about the results of the lottery at Town of Telluride, some Telluride compliance, and then maybe a little bit of what's going on with the county compliance process. So now that we are through some deed restriction reversion. Additionally, in the realm of housing, Drea and myself received 4 responses to our RFP for the Ilium Housing Project. We are holding interviews of 2 of those contractors on Friday, and we'll be potentially bringing more information next week about some of those costs. Ultimately, at this juncture, we would engage with one of these firms and do some value engineering to see if we can get overall construction values down a little further. So we got some really good positive bids. All of them were responsive, and so it's exciting to see some of those numbers, even though they remain a little scary. So
Will we at some point get a kind of wrap-up report on the whole reversion process? I mean, and maybe we're still far away from that. I don't know.
Nancy will have a preliminary
Yep,
report next week, just on where the numbers are, and then we can, once everything is fully concluded.
perfect.
follow
Will that be presented during Attorney Matters next week?
up. It can be.
Great, thank you.
that's all I got.
Any other questions for manager or deputy manager commissioners? Hearing none, let's recess for lunch until 12:45. And we will do commissioner updates.
One more bite. This is so good.
Let me know when you're ready, Carmen or Megan, and we'll jump back in. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It is 12:48 and we are continuing our meeting. We are on to commissioner updates. And Commissioner Brown, would you care to start?
I would be happy to go first. Last Wednesday, I attended the monthly Collaborative Action for Immigrants, or CAFI meeting, and there were a couple interesting announcements I wanted people to be aware of. One is that Tri-County Health Network, it has a workers emergency fund now. And that was funded by a specific grant, and it is intended to help people who are having emergencies and needs specifically related to something happening at their workplace, like they need to leave their workplace or they're fired or whatever. And I asked, why do we need that? And when we have the UniDose Fund and we have the Good Neighbor Fund, and they made a very good point, which is that not only is it money specific to this kind of an issue, but it comes with some support from the Tri-County staff. So that's just something I want our workforce to be aware of. And if they need more information, because that's about all I have, I could put them in touch with someone, or they can call Tri-County. Also, a fund information that I received is that, and Galina, you probably know about this, Bright Futures has set up a rapid response fund for help with childcare. They identified some reserve funds that they could tap into. And so they allocated tell me if I got this wrong, 100,000 to for families in need of additional tuition support, and then 100,000 to the facilities. And already of that 100,000 available for families, they had in 1 week 31 applications and awarded $50,000. So this is a bit related to the tough winter, both of those, I think, well, particularly the second one, related to the tough winter we're having for people who aren't fully working. Did I get that right, Galina?
You did, yes.
Okay. On Tuesday, I just listened in for half an hour, maybe it was Monday, to the Telluride Mountain Village Transportation Safety Action Plan. It was something I had not heard of before, and I wondered how it might relate to SMART, the board that we're sitting on. And it turns out that it is a joint study being done by both towns, but I believe primarily within the boundaries of their towns, and Star knows about this as well. She was in attendance. And the idea is that traffic incidents involving, people getting hurt and killed have been increasing in the state since COVID. And these consultants have been hired to kind of look at the streets and understand how they can be re-engineered. That sounds bigger than I mean. I don't mean anyway, like re-envisioned or adapted, I guess, to slow traffic and improve pedestrian and bike safety. So that was really interesting. On Monday night, I attended Mental Health in the Mountains that was held at the Science Center and sponsored by the Telluride Mountain Club in Tri-County. It was a fabulous program. It was sold out, 120 people. And they talked about, they had presenters as well as a panel, and they talked about why behavioral health is a particular issue in mountain towns where we see a lot higher levels of substance abuse and suicide. And I can go into more of this, but they also provided a framework for understanding how an individual handles stress, which was really helpful to me. And talked about sort of healthy ways to regulate your levels of stress to increase your tolerance. So it was really good, really good.
And were there resources shared as well as what exists in the community to access help and?
A bit. They talked a lot about the Behavioral Health Solutions Fund, the 6 free therapy sessions, and that those could be accessed through Tri-County. Yes, but there weren't, I mean, I think that's kind of the place to go right now in terms of resources. We didn't talk too much about other like programming or things like that, if that's what you mean.
Just curious.
Yep, yep. It was really well done. I'm so grateful. Was it Tuesday morning, I attended that human services discussion that, Commissioner Porter Norton out of La Plata County set up. And I don't know how much everybody knows about what's happening with that. I think Linnea talked to us a bit about it, but I'll just provide some highlights. Basically, it's pretty clear that the state is going to move forward with these 11 districts or hubs that will provide access to certain human services, not all. It's going to be like TANF, Medicaid, CCAP, some of the maybe bigger ones, SNAP, I think, but they will retain in the county responsibility for child protective services, adult protective services. I don't have the complete list right here, but we can all get it. So it's kind of an interesting system that is not going to completely like kind of absorb, if you will, our human services responsibilities. It's going to be a little bit of a hybrid. But they do expect the district system to go forward. And I think right now there are a number of different work groups kind of trying to understand and direct or impact the way those systems are set up. CCI is leading one that has 11 commissioner reps on it, and they're meeting, I want to say weekly, I can't recall, but regularly. The Human Services Directors Association also has, which has 6 regions, is having also meetings, and the 2 state agencies that they're working with are HCPF and CDPHE. And I forget what HCPF stands for. Healthcare Policy Minus CDPHE is the public health department for the state. So there's, I think what I took away is the districts will happen, but we can still help shape them, and that's what's happening. Yeah.
What was La Plata County's stance on being the hub county, and was there a discussion among the different
No.
partners as to?
We didn't do that. In fact, they said a number of times that they have not committed to being the hub county because they didn't say why, but I think the reason that they have been identified by the state as the possible hub is just their size, I'm guessing, but they have not committed to that. So what Commissioner Porter Norton, the reason she called the meeting is she felt that, I think I've got this right, that because the hubs are pretty much inevitable, and it didn't sound like there's going to be a lot of direction from the state as to how to develop your hub, that she wants us, who are the presumed counties involved, to start talking through what our hub might look like.
And was there any discussion around, because one of the biggest concerns and hurdles to implement this is going to be technology?
Yes, and that I should have probably started there because that was a really important piece of information. So right now, you may have heard the CBMS system, which is the one that Human Services uses to manage their business or their work, is supposedly, I can't think of a word to say online, or dysfunction. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And the state has committed to developing and rolling out a new system. And for that reason, this whole hub programming is a bit delayed from the original timeline. They're expecting to roll out this new computer system in July of 2027. So that's about 1.5 years. And this is going to be a big system, a big deal. There's concern that that may be too fast, but the state has committed to doing that. And that will essentially replace CBMS. And the 3 things that they mentioned it would do are document management, workflow management, and then a scheduling system for making appointments. So that was really good news, I think.
Yes, that's been just in the ether with no answers. And so that, I imagine, will help define the timeline as to when this new format or
Will start to roll out.
yes.
Well, the current timeline, according to CDPHE and HCPF, are that computer system and the first hubs will roll out in July of 27.
right? So that's when this new system, the counties will be expected to redistrict based on that timeline.
Well, what they said is that it would, the hubs would start rolling out. So I don't know if it's all gonna happen at once, or they're gonna lead with a few bigger counties or smaller counties. I didn't get a sense of when we would be moving into that system.
Right. Well, that's a relief because the information that we were initially given when this was rolled out at the CCI conference was July of 2026.
Exactly.
Everybody was just shocked and scared really about
Right.
how to implement this. And of course, the technology piece is the biggest hurdle. So
Yeah, I think in some ways that's good news. This is an important point, pay ahead, pay attention, you guys with the pencils. They expect that the hub costs will fall to the counties. And so there are going to be additional costs to us in terms of finance, like we're going to need someone to manage the cost of the hub and the way the money moves around. I'm not entirely sure, while that HR, technology, training for our people, as well as like attorneys' fees. So there's no understanding of what that could be, but they expect that to be an additional layer that will fall to the counties. Yeah, you look surprised. Me too. Or not.
Yeah, I think that as we've watched this, it has morphed and it has changed, and there was originally the concept that the current 20, 30, 50 kind of cost sharing split for most of these programs would continue. So it'd be interesting to see. There's a lot of nuance here, and I'm guessing that's where this lies.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I had a lot of skepticism, not to, but when it was rolled out at CCI and they said, this is not a cost saving measure, this is solely based on compliance. And I was scratching my head, quite skeptical, like, what if I'm reading between the lines here, it seems like there's gonna be a lot of cost passed on to the communities from this. So now we're seeing it, yeah.
Yeah, although that wouldn't be a cost savings for the state. It's just they're adding another layer, which is more costs, and it sounded like those would fall to the county. Remains to be seen whether there will be overall cost savings. I think this group is skeptical. I think the bigger impetus, or the impetus that they've talked about a lot and they continue to talk about, is our error rates for SNAP and TANF. And the issue is that we are we're kind of in the middle of all the states in terms of error rates. They presented some background, and but we're above the threshold that HR 1, the federal government, has now set for penalizing a state. And so we really need to get our error rates fixed, and hopefully this new system will fix it. And I think the state is also hoping that by having more centralization or districtalization and specialization, like that because like maybe one person is handling all of this, I don't even know if this is possible, or two people, whatever, the TANF applications for our 7 counties, that the error rates would drop. An interesting kind of side note or anecdote is that someone in the meeting mentioned that Commissioner Liz Smith, I think it was her at Gunnison, had done an analysis of where the error rates are being generated. And it's from like 5 big counties, not us. So it's like the whole state is getting analyzed as one and will be penalized as one, even though the error rates are not necessarily occurring in the individual counties or districts. So yeah. So there are 2 questions that we were left with. Commissioner Jake Neese from Uray asked so Uray recently has been assigned to our district. And I don't know if that's because they asked to be or whatever, but anyway, the 7 counties are the ones you might have, oh no, Archuleta was recently added.
Uray.
Uray, okay.
Yeah.
So it's Archuleta, La Plata, Montezuma, Dolores, San Miguel, Uray, San Juan. Yes, okay, so that's the 7 counties. And Uray asked, Commissioner Neese asked, are we sure San Miguel and Uray want to be in this district? Because if people need face-to-face interviews or meetings, that they would have to go to Durango, and our tendency, our geographic tendency is to go to Montrose or Mesa County. And we talked about that, and it turns out there will continue to be in this vision a front desk person in every county. And so that would mean that a person needing services could still come to us for those services. They wouldn't necessarily have to go to Durango. And if the person they needed to communicate with or meet with was in Durango, we could set up like virtual calls or things like that. So I think we kind of got past that idea of needing to physically go to the offices. And then what Linnea spoke to was that she felt it made more sense for us to be part of the Southwest District with these 7 counties, because regardless of geography, our philosophies are more closely aligned. And so that, I just want to check in with everybody here to see if anybody feels differently. I thought that was a good point, and I would suggest that we stay with that district.
I defer to Linnea's lived experience, and we voiced that from the get-go. So
Does anybody object to that?
No.
Stay, okay. All right, and then the other thing is, so this group, this 7 counties, our hub, would like to have bi-weekly meetings on Thursday mornings at 7 a.m. That was the best we could come up with. And they would like a San Miguel County rep. It sounded like they wanted both staff and a commissioner. And so we need, I think it could be up to us how much we want to lean on Linnea versus be there with her, but that is the plan. And,
is there any pushback on that time? Literally, and thank you for attending that
No.
meeting, because I've been following.
I know you have.
And
Yes,
7 a.m. is literally like
You're-
1 hour. 7 to
Yeah.
8 is like
I know,
a no-go for me.
right. And
That's a hard go for me.
And it's a fine for me. It really is. It's not a problem. I get up early and just roll into my office at home, and I'm happy to do it, but I didn't want to, I know how you have been so engaged, Galena, and
Oh,
yeah.
no, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think it just was like kind of a natural progression, because I was.
You were at CCI, yeah.
And I
Yeah.
jumped in all those meetings, and one thing led to another.
Yeah.
However, you have a lot on your.
For some reason,
It's
this one
for me.
feels pretty manageable,
Okay.
probably because it's at 7 a.m. and I don't usually have any, well, I should be exercising, but, anyway, I don't mind taking it on. I think there will be, Linnea will have to be there every week because she's, managing that department. And I think there will be times maybe when Jared or Mike should be there, because we'll be making, organizational and financial decisions and commitments. So, I'll continue to stay with that, and we'll just stay in touch. Does that sound good?
Great.
Okay. That's it. Oh, I wanted to say Friday is the first CCI legislative briefing. I have not really clicked in yet to the legislative session, so I will be doing that on Friday, and I'll start those reports. I think those are just monthly, but CCAT also has, I think, a meeting next week. So we'll be starting to talk more about the legislative session. Yay. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Gleason.
Yeah, so, just to kind of fill in on what Mike reported on with the Norwood Food Pantry Housing Committee meeting last Thursday. Sarah Owens from the town of Norwood joined the conversation. That's the first time in these committee meetings that there's been a town of Norwood representative there. And yeah, she shared that the town of Norwood would be open to creating or providing space. There was no details there other than just a willingness at the current Norwood school facility once they take over ownership in 2028. So that was like kind of officially put out on the table.
They're not going to own it till 2028.
The school will still be operating until then, right? So
They're closing on it this summer.
they are
That-
closing on it this
Right.
summer, but it's still gonna be, I mean, in my mind.
Used as
board.
pool
Yeah.
until the new one is constructed. But to that point, we looked at parcels on the school property such that, I'm sorry, keep going.
Oh, well.
I'll add if you don't get it,
Okay.
or I'm sure you will.
Yeah, so we did to kind of just like fill in on where you were going there. We Mike pulled up a map of Wrights Mesa of all basically like publicly owned lands, either owned by the county or the town. And just kind of bird's eye view, like, let's talk about the needs of this space and if these properties might serve the needs. And there were some potential town-owned properties that could work. We didn't really get deeper into the minutia there.
Mhm.
But I think that I mean, from my perspective, what we unearthed at that meeting was based on the space needs for delivery and public access, we've come to the conclusion that Boy Scout building would need to get torn down to accommodate placing these storage containers at that site. I initially was like, whoa, that sounds like a heavy duty cost. And I mean, Mike, you were like, this maybe wouldn't cost as much as what you're envisioning, but wherever these containers get placed, it's going to necessitate a concrete slab, which is minimum $20,000. And the electric is going to be a hefty bill, and then the storage containers themselves are going to be around $40,000. So suddenly we're looking at, $75,000 for this temporary solution. And so I think I stepped away from that meeting kind of scratching my head about the viability of this hatched land, which is, it just is what it is. And to kind of back up, when we talked about the potentiality of having to tear down that Boy Scout building, then we kind of backed up and were like, well, where are there some potential others? Is there any other space on the fairgrounds property that this could be placed? And we explored the northwest corner of the property, but there is some overlap there with the rodeo and fair week. And so, Stephanie Greeby is going to approach the fair board on February 12th just to ask them about their preference, where
If we were gonna have it on that property,
if we were gonna
where?
have it on that property, where would they prefer it? And it would be least obtrusive. Then we also did discuss the vacant lot adjacent to the Clarkson building. But once again, needing to pour a concrete slab, get electric there, there's some high costs. And what Stephanie really expressed at that meeting that I think I was a little fuzzy on was the timeline for this. Like, I think that she's really envisioning this to be a 3 to 5 year solution, which is a pretty short term timeline for this level of investment potentially by the county, right?
Except the 40,000 for the trailers is not sunk cost, right?
True, and Fresh Foundation is pursuing grant funding to cover that portion of the cost. But yeah, I'm hoping to have a follow-up conversation soon with Stephanie and Leela, Fresh Foundation, just to talk about like, okay, based on what we discussed at that last meeting, should we entertain kind of exploring some other avenues, even some other sites, maybe bring the town of Norwood in on a closer discussion about what they could offer up at this point to help support this potential use. And I don't know, we'll see where that goes, but I'm also just, if the food pantry ends up right back at the school again in 2028, it's just seems there's a lot of inefficiencies there, right? So
But if it's gonna be in trailers and this town is gonna own the property starting in 2026, maybe there could be an agreement to locate it somewhere on the school property that
Yes.
isn't in the way and not in conflict with their programming.
precisely, that's
Yeah.
where my brain is going.
Okay.
There's already
Yes.
asphalt parking lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know what their electricity is there, but it could fit. So yes, that's kind of where
That's
I'm
great
going
base.
next, and yeah. So to be continued, but they ongoing.
Mhm.
Do you have anything else to?
No,
kind of
I
fill
think
in
that
there?
was it. But yeah, I think where we ended, we looked at the library, we looked at Town of Norwood properties, and we looked outside. And then after all this, with the thought that it's going to eventually end up on that school property anyway, or most likely, it makes sense to look somewhere on their 20+ acres to position it where they already have 3-phase power and asphalt. And even if we had to build a fence to visually separate or people separate the clients of the food bank versus students and then adjust times of pickup and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's still gonna be some of those overlap hurdles, but I think, yeah, if it was in containers outside of their annex building, it would just be one step removed from the student body, so, yeah. Star and I, attended the Roots of Renewal Conference this last Friday in Montrose that, Chavano Conservation District helps, put on. It was amazing. The keynote, I'm just gonna kind of hit some highlights of some of the sessions that, I attended. So the keynote speaker was this gentleman, Glenn Elzinga from, he's a regenerative rancher from Alder Springs Ranch in the Cimarroy Valley of Idaho. And he brought insights and philosophies around vegetative management, coexisting with wolves, fostering soil health in an arid environment, creating resilience and expanding on life webs through ranching activities and practices, creating frameworks for a succession plan with his family on his ranch, and fostering a multi-generational approach to working the land. They have this whole internship program where they have hundreds of applicants every year just wanting to intern on their land, on the ranch, and learn these practices that he's adopted over the years. And yeah, I was really inspired by his messaging around being a caregiver rather than caretaker of the lands and animals and community, implying that his work revolves around generating rather than extracting. So super inspiring, and I think a model that a lot of folks that were present there were just, wow, this is that's the way to do it. And specifically around coexisting with wolves, he's crossbred his cattle, and now they have this totally different like herd mentality and protecting their young, and he has like zero predation issues. It's kind of amazing, especially when you look on the map and see where they're operating. It's like in the middle of the wilderness, basically in Idaho, where there's a really high wolf population. Helga Garcia Garza, who is founder of Agricultura Network, and she's been an activist for decades and decades in New Mexico. And she has explored how community-led organizing and policy engagement can support equitable, resilient food systems, focusing on environmental justice, food security, and farmer advocacy. Really powerful work. She was amazing. And there's a panel discussion, cultivating resilience and supporting the behavioral health of farmers and ranchers. And they shared resources around the CSU Agra Ability Project, which is access to behavioral health and well-being services and rehabilitation resources. So I'm going to be following up with Annika Christensen, just her, touching in on her thoughts on integrating these resources into the San Miguel Basin Extension and 4-H programming. I suspect she's already on it, but I just am going to touch base with her because it's a great resource. I didn't realize it existed, and it's growing, and there's more funding actually being funneled into this programming.
Is that something, so we have like a 2-pager list of sort of comprehensive resources available to our community that we put together for the chili dinner. And one of the sections includes mental behavioral health services. Is this something that people can access on their own right now that we could add? Could you share that with me, and then I'll add it to our that list?
Yes,
Great.
absolutely. It's available to any Colorado resident.
Fantastic.
And there was a gentleman who stood up and spoke who's an immigrant. Spanish is his first language, and he was just bringing up actually some of the complexities that he experienced trying to access that program. And so they're working on making it more accessible to the Spanish speaking community and the immigrants. And they really seemed open and willing to really want to work with the immigrant community.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Alexi Firth, who's a CSU soil scientist, gave a talk on the Colorado Soil Health Program. This was just a snapshot of key findings from the program's first year, including practices producers are adopting, early impacts on soil and water health, and lessons learned, and was very along the lines of our PEZ program. Unfortunately, they lost funding after this first initial year, but there seems to be a lot of interest and momentum with the program despite the funding, lack of funding coming in. But I once again, we're kind of on the forefront of this type of work with our PEZ program. Chris Hazen was there, Tony and Barclay Durrani, star. And I think we all took a lot away from just the interactions and the networking. There are a lot of really great people there just from different walks of life. And the conference continues to grow every year. So I hope to go next year again.
Nice.
Commissioner Jake Neese from Uray proposed a joint commissioner meeting with Montrose, Uray, and San Miguel counties in April. We just had a real casual conversation about this at the CCI conference, and he followed up. Commissioner Copeland from Montrose County and Sue Hansen really would like to attend in full support. And the premise is to just talk about issues specifically impacting our 3 counties and ways to network and just come together and talk about top of mind issues that we could potentially work on together. So I'm just wanting to get your feedback on if this is something that you would like to participate in, and if so, scheduling. The dates of April 2nd, 3rd, or the 6th were thrown out as top dates, but I know the 6th won't work for us because that's the first day of our break. So a couple of questions there. And then also I'll just throw out the last question is, what topics, if you're interested and supportive, would you like to bring to the table? That the topics so far that have been brought forth are mega hotel projects with regional impacts, coordinating on public transportation, human services restructuring, and the federal freeze on the child care and development fund, if that continues. Really should talk about that as a region. And protecting public lands from abuse and permanent degradation with a crippled U.S. Forest Service.
I have to say, and I think we've all now been to one of the commissioner meetings with Southwest Colorado, and I found that very worthwhile because of our shared interests and just being able to collaborate, communication with our senators' offices and the reps' office. So I think this would be good. I think we have to be careful about not just layering on more and more meetings for all of us. So maybe this would be another one where we have an assigned representative, or we take turns, or what do you think?
Well, so yeah, I mean, as of now, this is just pitched as a one-time meeting.
Oh, okay.
It could potentially become a recurring, semi-annual meeting or quarterly. That seems maybe a little too often, but
Mhm.
this is just an initial meeting, and the idea is that all the commissioners would
Okay.
attend. So I didn't share this also that Jake brought this to his board yesterday, and they all gave a thumbs up for wanting to attend, all the commissioners
Okay.
from Uray County.
And did
So,
they have a date that were?
well, he threw out April 6th being the best for them, but that doesn't work for us. I'll have
Right.
to go back and say, April 2nd
We've
or
got the
3rd.
2nd or the 3rd is a Thursday or a Friday. And I'm looking at the email from Mike suggesting that county managers and the attorney would join us. So maybe we should all try to sync calendars while we're in the same room.
There's a CCAT policy meeting on Friday
Okay,
for right in the middle of the day for 2 hours, and I would.
it's Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest with it, because I'm usually someone from Uray County as well as myself would attend those.
Okay. So April 2nd, and Galena, did you get any indication if this was a morning or afternoon or midday gathering?
Oh, yeah, that's true. If it's not all day, which it wouldn't be, we could probably work around that CCAT meeting.
I just propose we make an offer that works best for us.
So we should give them a backup offer in
Yeah.
case it doesn't work for the
Backup.
others.
sounds like the second is our best.
Is that good for?
Okay,
Mike,
so.
Lauren?
Yeah.
So much herding cats here, so April 2nd afternoon works for Montrose County.
Right, let's go with that as a target. Mike's got a thumbs up. Jared, I don't know how many managers we want, but it's good to know you're available. Maura, is that something that you could do if we decided we needed you?
I only have internal staff meetings, so those can always be moved.
Okay. Why don't we say in response to Jake that afternoon of the second is our first choice. And second choice, Commissioner Brown, is either morning or afternoon.
I would just say, for me, I'm fine on Fridays other than 11:30 to 1:30, on that Friday, other than 11:30 to 1:30.
And I'm presuming we would meet in UA kind of halfway between both counties, so we need some travel time, which would put that meeting either earlier or quite late in the afternoon.
But I could also take the meeting from over there. Like, so if we ended by 11:30, we did a morning, or if we started at 1:30, that would be fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to have travel time between CCAC because it's Zoom
Okay,
and
Mike and Maura, does Friday, either morning or afternoon, late work for you guys as a backup?
Does,
Okay, then there's.
I only have to, I gotta pick up kids at 5:30 on Friday, so,
Okay,
Okay.
so if we could be back.
got it. So
Right.
there's our first choice on Thursday and then two backups on Friday.
Okay, starting at 1:30. Okay.
or maybe 1:45. I would say like be done by 11:15 or maybe even 11, just to get a little breathe. I would say 9 to 11 on Friday or 2 to 4.
2 hours sounds like plenty.
How's that sound?
Great. Okay, great.
And maybe when you send that, let's also propose the 2 hour structure on a Thursday as well.
Great. Okay.
And do we have a time on Thursday that we would prefer? What's best for our team?
And flex.
Totally flexible.
Should we say 2 to 4? Or
Sure.
1 to
Well,
3?
why don't we just say sometime 2 hours in that
2
afternoon?
hours.
Does that sound good?
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you have any agenda items that you wanna talk about, just let me know and I could filter them. for
Was
you.
one of them regional transportation, right? Like the bus, yeah, love to talk about how they think the smart bus route is working and all that.
I saw some suggestions within that email chain that we can hear more clearly at the meeting and then talk to Smart if they.
Sweet.
Yeah, and a little kind of like food for thought is that what triggered this was Jake, Commissioner Neese is interested in a potential pilot program for HB 25-1198, which is, as I understand it, it's funding for deed-restricted housing based on regional transportation plans. I need to do more research on it, but.
Well, he could, yeah, or he'll fill us in. That's
Yeah,
great.
Yeah. Great, okay. Thank you, and I think I agree that having these roundtable meetings are really beneficial, and because Uray or Montrose counties are not part of that Southwest Commissioner Roundtable, they're our neighbors, and we have some commissioners that are really willing and wanting to work with us. I think it's great.
Agree.
Okay, and then the monthly UMC meeting was bumped to this week, so I'll be attending that this evening, and I'm giving a presentation to their board for their request on San Miguel County's responses to Medicaid funding constraints coming from HR 1 and then how it's trickling through to the state level, and I'm just presenting how we've got here, basically, from everything that's transpired.
How are we responding?
Yeah.
Besides like fear and trepidation.
I'll share my presentation with you.
Yeah.
But I just
Great.
kind of built the case around the, first off, painting the picture of the HR 1 shortfalls. And then our outreach to our representatives. I documented all the letters that we've written and the meetings that we've had. And then kind of like once HR1 passed, our response to representatives on like how this is gonna impact us at a county level, and then everything that's evolved with the state
Fantastic.
deficit and how, just the strain on the state general fund and then counties, hospitals and rural providers, and how this is kind of mushroom clouding into human services funding shortfalls. That's really where it's landing at the county level. But I'll share my presentation and you can,
I'd be fascinated.
if I had more time for suggestions, I would have.
I know.
But I kind of crammed to create this, so, I'll just show you what I put together, and I'm sure I'll get feedback from the board that I share with you.
Great.
Great.
Thanks, Colleen. Thanks very much. I don't have as much to share, but I did attend a Region 10 executive meeting last Monday. They continue to struggle along, but that's only because of federal landscape ever shifting. They are able to provide great services to various portions of the region, and not sure how to summarize those meetings. They are sometimes really high level and sometimes incredibly specific, talking about a grant to the city of Delta for $10,000 to improve their park. And I listen in, and it's not usually very South Gale County centric because we're not an opportunity area and don't have some of the same opportunities to apply for grants, but I'm glad to be there. And Sue Hansen's doing a great job as the new chair. Jared and I had an SSR planning meeting that same day, which morphed into an SSR meeting yesterday, which went off the rails in a good way. And we did not accomplish all of the agenda that we had hoped, but we did move deep into what recommendations the SSR group will be sharing regarding Prop 123 and that fast track structure.
So does that mean that the SSR is sort of winding down their responsibilities? No, because they're gonna.
We are actually planning to double time our cadence and back up catch up. And I did ask Kay to speak with the consulting team about the cost of adding another meeting or perhaps more in order to accomplish the goal. And they're gonna come up with a number, and we will see if it's something we can find, because turns out that a big group of 20 people and a lot of smart people want to dig into stuff, and we needed to do that. So instead of rushing, we opted to cover things well and carefully.
But they are ready to make suggestions to changes in the land use code?
Not yet.
Okay.
We are chipping away at the Prop 123 because it's got the timeline of July for acceptance. And if we don't have the opportunity for the recommendations to come to the planning commission and to us before July, then we miss that boat. So we focused on that, knowing that we needed to have some public meetings well in advance of July. And it may be longer for the other recommendations to take final form. And the more that I listen to this group and realize that we're really trying to sort some stuff out, that time is not, there's no pressure on time. There's more pressure to get it right, as close to it as we can.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for being the leader there.
It's exciting. All right, Star, thank you for your patience. I know that commissioner updates aren't usually 45 minutes, but I guess we had a lot going on this time. Yes, lots of good information. And now we're about to get good information on item 11, which is our natural resources and climate resilience. Director Star Jameson, first item up is about e-bike feasibility. And Richard Davis may be here with us as well. Perhaps, is that possible, Star? He is, I see. Richard Davis with Steer Group is also with us on the Zoom. Take it away, Star and Richard, please.
Okay, I'm just going to introduce the project and introduce Richard. So in your packets, you saw the purpose of the project, which is evaluate a feasibility for a regional e-bike share program for Mountain Village, Telluride, and San Miguel County. The areas in San Miguel County or that would impact San Miguel County are Lawson Hills Park and Ride, the Mill Creek area in Bridal Veil. This was a project through a grant that Mountain Village applied for, and the town of Telluride and San Miguel County partnered, helping, and we meet weekly on various topics of mostly working with the Steer Mobility, the contractor. And the reason why we are in collaboration are because of the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to reduce county's government greenhouse gas emissions, also our regional transportation or greenhouse gas reduction goals, and our regional climate action plan under transportation to decrease vehicle miles traveled. So with us today, we have Richard Davis from Steer Mobility. Steer and its two subcontractors were hired through a competitive bidding process to conduct this feasibility study. And Richard and his staff are going to share with you today the initial survey findings, business model, cost structure, overview of the regional e-bike program characteristics, and staff recommendations. Lauren Kern is also here from the town of Mountain Village to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Yes, I'm Richard Davis with Steer Group. I'm joined by Kay Chang, who's project manager on the Steer Group side, and we have Jeff Coates at Drop Mobility as part of our larger team, and Isabel Mezoso, also with Drop Mobility, part of the team, kind of our operations experts. So I understand we're crunch for time, so some of these slides I'm just going to touch on, but I wanted to try and catch you up on, like Star said, the survey and the operational models that we've been discussing. So initial survey findings, we launched the survey mid-December using SurveyMonkey. The survey was promoted both in person and through online channels. I spoke on Coda Radio with partners at San Miguel County, so you click Star to promote the survey, as well as at a lunch and learn in Mountain Village. This is an overview of all initial survey findings. We received 91 responses as of January 19th. Nearly half of our respondents were from Mountain Village, where we hosted that lunch and learn. Most of the respondents work in Mountain Village and Telluride. Biking counts for 30% of all reported travel. As part of the region's climate transportation goals, we're trying to make it easier for people to get out of their personal cars for certain trips and make it easier to use the gondola and public bus for more kinds of trips with e-biking as a first last mile mode. So the theory behind this technical readiness study is always to see e-bikes as an extension of the transit system. 49% of respondents would use an e-bike share program if available. From respondents who are interested in an e-bike system, there's a strong interest in practical everyday trips, which is what this e-bike system would be intended for, reinforcing it as a supplement to transit. We have found, when asked what the biggest barriers to cycling, that's infrastructure is the biggest barrier, which is consistent with all the public comment we've received. Nearly half of respondents said that this is their biggest barrier to cycling. We have an open field comment in the survey. These are selections from the open field responses. We received a comment in clear support for Lawson Hill residents using e-bikes to get around Mountain Village and Telluride. Most comments were concerned about safety and infrastructure. There were concerns about potential system users riding on the trails as well. Some additional comments. Concerns about safe e-bike use, which remains the case whether or not there is a shared e-bike system. There's a comment about risk of bikes becoming clutter. This is an important consideration in system design and enforcement. A substantial part of this survey is respondent preferences on e-bike hub locations. These sites were evaluated by these sites were selected by staff and evaluated by our operations and electrical engineering partners as part of the on-site evaluation with this technical readiness plan. This map provides an overview of the 13 potential e-bike locations evaluated by our survey respondents. 7 are in Telluride, 4 in Mountain Village, 1 Lawson Hill, and 1 at Bridal Veil Trailhead. Each location was scored on 1 to 5 and weighted depending on self-reported residents. Looking across the region, all these locations scored above a 3, although you'll see some will score lower when we focus on a response from certain areas. These are respondents from Telluride. Overall, respondents were accepting of potential e-bike share locations. We're looking at Telluride kind of as a focus area here. We did not ask for reasoning behind each site ranking to keep the survey at a reasonable length, but this provides a basis for diving deeper if there is interest in potential system design. We see Lot L bus stop and Carhenge parking is the highest rated site, 29% response giving the location a perfect score of 5. Mill Creek was among the lowest rated sites, 29% of respondents scored the location at 1. Again, these are Telluride respondents only. This is just to give you a flavor. Looking at Lawson Hill respondents, Park and Ride had a weighted score of 4, and Bridal Veil is closer to 3. Again, at Telluride, these weighted averages are based on scores given by all respondents, a little different from the slide you saw before. This is looking at everyone across the county. Locations close to the gondola at Clark's Market, Carhenge, and at bus stops are among the highest rated, reinforcing shared e-bikes as an extension of transit. And then these are the 4 sites in Mountain Village, weighted by all respondents. Now I want to get into e-bike system options, sort of looking at the overall service design. These are thinking about illustrative costs. So we have implementation costs, operating costs at a relative level. Green shading indicates the staff's preferred option, and by staff I mean Mountain Village, which is sort of the leading partner in the region. We will have a slide at the end lining up the design options preferred by Mountain Village staff, and I'll kind of try and get there at the end, and we can talk about everything at a high level there. But I do want to point here that first option is station-based e-bikes without in-dock charging, so RACs. This is the model that's used by Breck e-bike, that Job Mobility operates. In brief, stations without charging are higher visibility than a dockless system. They have a lower cost of implementation since they don't require an electrical connection, and they are more flexible and scalable for that same reason, they're just RACs. But the bikes need to be collected and batteries swapped, which is ongoing operation costs. And when station-based in-dock charging, you have the benefit of charging where they're parked, and this reduces ongoing operating costs. There's higher upfront costs. And then the third option is hybrid dockless. In a dockless system, a bike can be legally parked anywhere that's out of the way of pedestrians, but there really are no formal dockless systems in the US. Some have formal docks, so we're calling it a hybrid here. And again, as non-charging, batteries would need to be replaced, which comes with operating costs. This is cost structure analysis. It's illustrative. I have to really stress that this is just to show overall how these options fit together, but in real system implementation, you wouldn't have these so strict. You'd have some with racks, some with chargers. But we're illustrating cost in 4 components here, and you can see that we have just benchmarked system designs. So this is not exactly what we would recommend, but it's a basis to look at illustrative costs. We can see that option 1, station-based but no in-dock charging, which is preferred by Mountain Village staff, sits in the middle. We'll move on.
Did you say that you might have a hybrid of option 1 and option 2?
Yes, I think
It
we
could
see in
be,
practice
okay.
that's what happens, but this is just to show.
Yeah, I
that
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll move on. This is diving in a little bit deeper into operating costs on an annual basis. The last slide was just upfront implementation costs. We see station-based non-charging cost equivalent to a dockless or hybrid dockless model because there's additional part-time employee staff spent on picking up the bikes and recharging them. And we provide an additional cost in warehousing and overhead for overnight battery charging. And then as a modeling practice, we assume a 20% contingency. So we see that station-based has lower ongoing costs because we're charging in the docks, but higher implementation costs from the last slide. Option 1 has this higher ongoing operating costs. Again, this is just illustrative to see how these models compare. So I'll start skipping over some of these slides for the sake of time. These are about the different options that you'd have in system design. So for example, here app-based was the model preferred by staff, but I'll cover this in more detail in staff recommendations. I do want to pause here on ownership and business model options. Broadly, we look at 3 different options: entirely public sector owned and operated, really like a transit system; third-party concession, which is entirely private sector operated, which would reduce the financial risk to the public sector; and then a third, public-private partnership, where there's a public sector owned but external operator, which is by far the most common model. That's how Breck does it, where Breckenridge contracts with Drop to run their system. WeCycle is an example of a nonprofit. They operate in Aspen and Roaring Fork Valley area, so there's that kind of alternative system where there's a nonprofit operator. Fare structure, which is a critical kind of concern, is how the system would charge users. I want to stress here that local bike shops will be engaged in the fare structure conversation at all points. Staff prefers a fare structure in Mountain Village staff that is differentiated by user type, allowing locals and commuters to have a preferred rate over non-locals that would pay a higher per minute rate. To be fair to all options, this depends on the business model selected. So if a private third-party vendor is preferred, then they take on all the costs and they would want to set the rates. But to be clear, this is not the third-party model, is not the model that's preferred by staff. It's a public-private partnership where there can be differentiated fares that benefit locals as part of a commuter service.
Richard, I have a question. You mentioned that somebody in Picken County has a nonprofit model. Is the nonprofit do they own and operate, or are they just the operators?
We would have to look into that model more, but we can look at that.
No.
Yeah.
That's okay. I just was wondering if there is a model where it's all done by a nonprofit. You don't know.
We don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah. But we can study that more carefully if that's of interest. Yeah.
That's okay.
I mean, I could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, Jeff, let's jump in there.
Yeah, so in New Orleans, there is a nonprofit which owns all of the equipment and runs operations, and then has an agreement with the city of New Orleans for access to the right-of-way. And then there are other models where the municipality owns the equipment and there's a nonprofit which handles operations. And then also the model where the municipality owns and there's a for-profit operation that runs operations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll land here at staff recommendations, just to kind of go back and cover some of the slides that I had breezed through. Operating model, the station-based but no induct charging model was preferred. App-based user interface, which means no information totems with docks. All users would need to have a smartphone app, which they would use to check out and check back in the bikes once parked at a rack. Integration of information and availability, so potential to integrate. So that would mean that transit information, like bus arrival times, would be integrated with the system. And there's a potential to integrate payment and ticketing later if that's chosen. Of course, there's free transit in Mountain Village and Telluride, but should that change, then that could be brought in another stage. Differentiate fares by user type, local discounts and commuter passes per minute, hourly rates. The idea is that it would not compete with local rental shops, and it would be geared towards commuters again, and that a public sector owned external operator model is preferred. This depends on the availability of a suitable contract operator, third-party vendor in partnership with the public sector. And otherwise, we could pursue public sector ownership in partnership with local community or a nonprofit. That is also an alternative. So that concludes the presentation. Are there any questions?
I just looked into WeCycle and they are a public and private partnership.
Richard, what's the next step for you in the Mountain Village?
The next step is to complete the technical readiness plan, essentially put together the phases of research that we've gone through. Like I mentioned, there was an on-site assessment, so that includes like electrical engineering, assessments of all those hub locations, policy review, sort of policy steps that would be needed taken into account to put any bike system into place. That's what's next for us, is assembling sort of the planning step.
Got it. And I assume that you'll present that to the Mountain Village, who are spearheading this effort.
That's correct.
And then we, the county and the town of Telluride, will either get a similar presentation or attend that presentation, and we'll all hear all the news together. Is that how you view it?
Yes, the final step is to present to Mountain Village Town Council our recommendations.
Great. Well, I know that Star will continue to track this for us, and that as you build out the details of the plan and the Mountain Village either adopts it or decides that it's something to consider at another time, that we'll be along for the conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, commissioners? Great.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. All right, that takes us to an update with Star Jameson on other matters in her bailiwick.
I ended up preparing for this and realizing it's been a while and I just have a lot. So, but I'll be really quick. And what I don't get to, I could put myself on the agenda for next week if need be. I facilitated the San Miguel Basin Wildfire Collaborative last week. And I just wanted to give you a brief on that of our topics of discussion. Aaron Johnson, who was with West Region Wildfire Council, he is moving to the Colorado Division of Fire and Prevention and Control, where he's going to be working to support the communities and local governments across the state in adopting and implementing the Wildfire Resiliency Code. And in his place has moved Scott Morrill, who we met at the meeting. He is going to fill his role. Scott's been on their board for quite some time, and he was the Gunnison County emergency manager. We discussed the San Miguel County 2026 Professional Services Agreement. They are going to continue to conduct site visits. That will be 50 site visits for residents of San Miguel County. They're going to enroll 40 homeowners in Wildfire Ready Home Program. And of all of those, they'll be referring all eligible landowners to West Region's Vegetation Management Incentive Program for further technical assistance and access to financial incentives for fuels reduction treatments on their property. Also, received 10 vegetation management cost share applications. I think I just mentioned that. And then we learned that Telluride Foundation has funded 20 more of those site visits for the region. That would be Western Montrose County, Rico, and also opening up to Uray County. So they have jumped in and helped with that. So that would be 60 within the region. We also talk about landscape scale wildfire mitigation. We had gone back and forth about whether we wait for the CWPP to come out, which is going to involve action items to help us prioritize. But we've decided to keep moving on, having the discussions. At our meetings, we also have the Forest Service, so we get updates and we consider a lot of the Forest Service projects into the landscape scale projects that we want to pursue as well. So in the fall, I know that Commissioner Waring has mentioned the site visit that we did with Ski Ranches and Lawson Hill. And he, I believe, gave the result of Lawson Hill being that the Forest Service did not want to prioritize any projects around Lawson Hill, but there was work conducted on Lawson Hill Homeowners Association property and some of their steeper terrain in that area, but not the Forest Service land around. What they are wanting to pursue, though, are ski ranches in an area called Skunk Creek. This area would be combined with other parcels owned by Telski and TOMBA and the town of Mountain Village. So Rodney Walters, who is the forester for Town of Mountain Village, is continuing to work on his landscape scale projects. He helped give information on who to contact now with some of those property owners. And he also showed us a map of some of the areas in the Town of Mountain Village he'd like to pursue and work with West Region as well, and the Forest Service in some of these areas around Mountain Village. He's also going to be conducting some pile burning this winter. The town of Telluride, in their update, they said that they are moving forward with their planning for their wildfire code updates.
Is that the building code, wildfire code? Okay.
That's correct. The U.S. Forest Service, Megan, she mentioned that the loss of staff and money has led, to moving some projects around for their time frame into more planning stages. So she had mentioned that the next few years there are going to be timber sales with this new administration, and to look forward to those. And with that, made me think about our natural resources land use code updates, and Kay just was talking a little bit about the hauling, etc. So I checked in with Kay about this and asking when logging was coming. And a side note with that, we're working with Megan on trying to figure out the best way to work through our land use code. I know that Kay and Tori have already had conversations with Megan, because we cannot, when the Forest Service have their own contracts on public lands, we can't really mandate those contracts. The only thing we can really do are the hauling permits and have their haulers work with Ryan at Road and Bridge. So they are on it. Our logging land use code updates, apparently the next 3 are all going to come together, and that won't be like prioritized first. But I also think just having the solution with the U.S. Forest Service, it might be timely to figure that out at this point, looking at the next 3 years of logging projects that are going to happen on U.S. Forest Service land.
Do we know where what geographies are, those properties? And do we have any concerns about any of them in particular?
I did actually, Commissioner Gleason and I went out for the Supper Project, which is near Miramonte, near our O.A. Gregory parcel in Norwood, Wrights Mesa area. And so Megan has asked that we, if I can facilitate another meeting out there and do a field trip to look at these areas, because 2026 is going to be planning really for this process, for the Suffer, for the Natarita division, let's see, Stockdale. And I also discussed with her a little bit that our staff would like to talk about O.A. Gregor again, if they're going to be doing work literally on the border of our property, and what that would look like to consider Gunnison sage-grouse habitat, and what a treatment for that area would look like for wildlife habitat. If you all remember the NEPA, the comment letter that we wrote for the Supper Project, we did mention the Gunnison sage-grouse habitat, and there were a few other things that we talked about in there, ponderosa pine. She did mention that a lot of those trees in there's another beetle that's attacked. So that was part of a 3 beetle complex, now 4. So they want to get in there and basically start the work. But it sounds like this year they're going to be planning and really want to have some community input as well with a field trip.
Okay, so I think I heard you mentioned 4 different potential projects. Is that right? Timbering space places?
It's near Miramonte. It's Stockdale, which is part of the Suffer Project.
So I guess here's just a direct question. Do you have any concerns about the areas that the U.S. Forest Service plans to lease, or whatever it's called, for timber sales?
We haven't, beyond what they haven't announced anything beyond what we've already seen as part of the.
Do you have any concerns about those areas being logged?
We already wrote comments for
Okay.
that. So And then on our field trip, we went out with a few nonprofit organizations, just considering wildlife habitat. That was kind of a big part of what we looked at in that area.
Okay.
Leah, did you have any?
Yeah, I mean, my only concern that can surface during that field trip was one particular, the area adjacent to the county property that you're referring to, the O.A. Gregor property. And I just have a question about their access to some of these areas and what their mechanism for removing the timber would look like. Cause it's a pretty sensitive area and there's a lot of old logging roads already in place there. But I think, yeah, just, it could be impactful if they're putting in new roads to access. Yeah.
Which Megan's open to conversations about that, and I will keep you updated on any kind of site visits, or if we have the opportunity to comment again on those. So
Yeah, and there's some areas that there was some beetle kill in it. I think it would be beneficial for the forest's health.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some areas where it's questionable. There's just like no real forest health or like true mitigation work, but just like logging for logging's sake.
I think we understand, it's been said that that's what the timber sales are, or what's going to be coming for 3 years.
So it could be twofold, some beneficial for forest health, some just not so much in my.
Mhm. Just to make money. Let's see. She also mentioned that the U.S. Forest Service will be conducting prescribed fires outside of San Miguel County, and also just with West Region there, talking about the opportunity for some private landowners around these areas to potentially gain more vegetation work with helping their private properties there in the next to those. And that's something that we probably would want to discuss too with our private property. Shannon Armstrong updated us on the CWPP February 9th presentation of San Miguel County CWPP draft to the stakeholders team at 4 p.m. There will be multiple meetings for stakeholders on February 18th, which is a Wednesday. These are going to be feedback sessions on the draft. And Telluride Foundation is helping with the outreach for the CWPP and community meetings. Sunday, March 1st, there will be a meeting at the Livery with a panel discussion regarding the CWPP, potentially code updates, insurance, and wildfire ready home program. So we're going to try to do all things wildfire at these meetings. There's going to be a second on March 2nd at the Sheridan Opera House with the same panel discussion.
Do you know what time that is?
5:30 and 4 o'clock on Sunday.
4 o'clock.
We discussed the wildfire roadmap. This is, we discussed the communications around this as a collaborative and the ability to gather everything that the towns are doing along with the county and be able to streamline this communication. I'm going to meet with Heather Woodland tomorrow to talk about maybe putting this into a story map and see if we have the ability to do this, and we can all share it on our websites to show all the things. It'll be a working document to show what we're all doing. Just highlight the summary. There'll be a summary. We'll talk about early detection, how we're all planning for wildfire, how we're prioritizing, and talk about evacuation, post-fire response, the initiatives that we're all doing, and treatment areas map. Let's see. Do you have any questions? I attended the BLM Uncompahgre RMP Cooperative Agency meeting. These are confidential meetings, so I'm not going to be able to share really anything with this, but I can share the slides with Commissioner Waring and those interested. The big date would be February 9th through 13th. Cooperating agencies can review the draft EIS. So we have 1 week to review and make any kind of comments that we would want to make for that.
Star, do you foresee us wanting to make comments? And if so, maybe we should take just a moment and talk about how we're going to fit that process into our meeting cadence. We've got a work session scheduled for Wednesday, the 11th. Should we include a discussion of that letter? And you would have, sounds like 2 days to digest and come with at least bullet points that you'd want us to consider putting into a letter that would be sent out the 13th.
That sounds good.
Okay. We'll add that to Mike will add that. One of us will add that.
I can add that because I have actually a list here.
Got it.
I'll jump into this.
Okay.
Our next meeting on February 4th, the West End Dark Sky Alliance would like to present up to 10 minutes. I've arranged for them to meet in the same time frame or on either end of Derek Padilla, because Bob Grossman is applying for a first time ever county dark sky initiative. Through that application, he needs a letter of support from the county, which I can help draft that letter. And then he needs the federal and state land managers on board with that as well. And so just looking at the calendar, the soonest one I've asked Derek and he said, sure, he can give some space to Bob in that 10 minutes to give just a brief on the application and what he needs.
Let's start. We've got Mr. Padilla scheduled on
Next.
the
February 4th.
4th.
Yep.
And he, 9:35, I believe. Let me just grab this agenda because I've got it in front of me and we can let let Bob know. Wow, that agenda's vanished.
Perfect.
Carmen, can we subtract 10 minutes from Mr. Padilla and give it to Bob Grossman, please?
We only have 20 minutes on for Derek, so that'd be 10.
Okay.
Is that still what you
that
want?
Derek's usually coming in at less than 20, so
Mhm.
why don't we try to split the difference and keep that morning the same? I know we've got some potentially long discussions with land use, so we'll just ask Mr. Padilla and Mr. Grossman to work together to split that time.
And then Carmen, I will share this with you as well. So West Region Wildfire Council will be presenting their accomplishments in 2025 on February 25th. And then if this works with the calendar, I can present the Gunnison Sage Grouse PEZ proposal mid-February, if that works, and Mike and I can look at the calendar for that. And the end of April or beginning of May, I will present to you the recommendation for the Green Grants Program.
Star, let's do this. I've got that calendar. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch it as in real time, but why don't you and I plan to sit down early next week and we'll get all those dates booked.
Yeah.
The only one that I am capturing is the 11th with the BLM RMP letter discussion because that's got a 2-day turnaround.
Yep.
Okay.
And I just wanted to let you all know I'm working on these and to the approximate time. And if you all have questions, that when I'll be bringing these things to you. Let's see, also, the EV charger, finally, we will have installed at the courthouse on February 2nd. Also that day, I'm going to be attending a meeting with Safe Streets for All, SS4A, and discuss our application. They will have, they haven't announced the application deadlines for 2026, but hopefully we'll apply for that again. Attended the transportation meeting for the town of Telluride with Commissioner Brown, and lots of really good feedback for the Telluride Mountain Village Transportation Plan. They had received that grant, and they mentioned there a big part of that grant is to create a plan so you can apply for future funding for implementation. As I mentioned to you all before when I applied for that. Also, I have applied for the C3, which is Colorado Circular Community Steps Program, to receive free technical assistance for a zero waste plan. STEPS is strategic technical expertise for the public sector. So I am waiting to hear from them. The topics that we are going to integrate with action items are construction, waste diversion, expanding our compost onto the west end. And that would also mean working with the towns as well. No dumping signs and a volunteer project I've been working on with a lot of different staff for road W35 just past the transfer station in Norwood. We're going to be installing no dumping signs and creating a volunteer day for that.
I'm
Let's
really
see.
excited about that.
As I mentioned, I drafted the Gunnison Sage-Grouse Pest Program proposal. I've also drafted land use code regulations that had conversations with Kay about this, and think it would be better to easily add into our wildlife section of our 1041 regs for stricter instead of putting it in the land use code, it ended up, we all are familiar with our land use code. It was easier to just put statements regarding the Gunnison sage-grouse. So I need to redraft those and show and work with the working group on those. And then Kay thinks that her staff, that's something that they can do internally, an easy addition. Let's see. I also attended yesterday our EV task force, which is part of the EV readiness plan. Let's see, Town of Ridgeway plans to, I will note too, that this group is part of the Snuffles Energy Board. That's a subgroup from them. Town of Ridgeway plans to replace level 2 chargers, 4 DC fast chargers at the Uray County Fairgrounds 4-H Center. Silverton charger location was changed to Town Hall. Looking at areas in RICO, goals are policy pathways, workforce development programs, and right to charge legislation. And then, let's see, I wanted to bring to your attention the consideration of asking the senators to vote no on DHS funding. The House passed this on Thursday, and unfortunately, we're a little bit late right now on a letter, but I had reached out to Senator Bennett's office yesterday, where they had just minutes before my call released the announcement that Bennett was drafting legislation for this. Today, the Senate is working to advance the 6 bills package to separate out, despite the calls from Democrats to separate out Department of Homeland Security funding after the shooting this weekend. So Democrats are pushing for policy changes to be added to the Homeland Security spending bill that would force ICE agents to use warrants for immigration arrest, mandate strength and training, require agents to identify themselves, and have Border Patrol agents stay on the border rather than assisting ICE with immigration raids in the interior of the country. I'm going to come back to what's kind of similar that Senator Bennett had put out as well yesterday. So if this doesn't pass today through the Senate, much of the federal government would continue to work. The bill that Trump signed Friday funds the Department of Justice, Commerce, and the Interior, and the Environmental Protection Agency, NASA, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers through the end of the budget year in September. The Department of Agriculture was funded from previous measures, which means a shutdown wouldn't stop food assistance this time. But other critical operations of the government would be disrupted. So Bennett's legislation currently under development would be prohibit the use of DHS funding to detain children and strengthen protection for minors, require warrants to enter homes, preserve and uphold constitutional protections for detainees, include access to legal counsel and ensure accountability for those who break the law, restrict DHS operations to the enforcement of immigration law, enhance hiring, training, and performance standards and requirements for federal immigration agents, reinstate policies to ensure members of Congress have access to detention facilities without advance notice, and limit DHS ability to unilaterally expand detention facilities. So he also said in his memo, in an effort to ensure Colorado's voice is essential to national discussion, Bennett's office has launched a statewide listening tour to gather feedback on immigration policy priorities. So this is an opportunity they are asking for engaging local leaders, immigration service providers, advocates, and others to share ideas, how to push back on this inhumane policies and tactics. So with holding these listening sessions, it's an opportunity to voice our concerns and that our voice is heard. Also, I would seek direction on this if you would, and it could be at a later session too, considering that writing a letter of support right now, considering that they're currently in session, might be a little bit late, but we could support legislation or the legislation that he's going to propose here with these topics, or attend the listening sessions and to give feedback.
I would be happy to hear from the board. I personally feel like the letter at this point is not necessary, and that the listening sessions sound like a good option.
Agreed.
Yeah, I also agree. Maybe just reaching out to Bennett's aide, letting him know that we very much support this legislation package, if you agree.
Oh, you mean just letting Wyatt know we're in support? Yeah, I don't think we need a formal letter. I think Lance, yeah. I mean, we kind of know where they stand, but I do agree, both of the senators, but I do agree we could, just send an informal note saying, thank you for this effort and we are in support. Does that sound good? And then definitely I'd love to know where the nearest listening session would be, and would like to bring some people there. Maybe he would have one here. I don't know.
Okay.
Thanks, Star.
And that is all I have today.
Thank you, Star.
Thank you for your time.
As always, you are busy.
That's all.
Well, I did have the Roots of Renewal.
I think we gave us a good coverage on that.
We tag team that conference, and so I learned a lot about thistles and not using pesticides, the state of our water in the Colorado River, and I learned a really interesting was a professor from Western on their MEM program and how we can use their students and how we could advance our PES program for Gunnison sage-grouse habitat, water retention, etc. So that was very informative, and the beaver dam analogs as well. So.
Yeah, we looked at the itinerary and divided. Yeah, and there was stuff we missed that we couldn't. There was just so much good.
I did mention, I reached out to the presenter that she first spoke of, and I also reached out to Megan Wise, just asking. They showed a film for the mental health and producers, ranchers, and it was very inspiring, and just asking Tri-County Health if that's something possibly we could show in our county as well.
Great. We are on to item 12, Attorney Matters. Lauren, do you have anything for us?
No.
Thank you. In that case, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
I as well.
Well, we are adjourned at 12:17. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
217. Sorry to say.